Mr. Mpofu suggests that this commission is attempting, as he says, to be a surrogate disciplinary process or committee of the police. On the contrary, and particularly on the basis that Commissioner Khumalo highlights, the role of senior officials in SAPS, including KZN, remains a pivotal question before this commission and must be answered. And the only person who can answer precisely those questions are those who are deemed to be senior officials within SAPS. It's not a performance assessment, but there will be interrogation about the knowledge, the application, and approval of conduct by the head of the KZN DPCI of members that resort under his authority. And that engagement must be had to understand, as my learned friend correctly pointed out, whether it was, he says, whether it's incompetence or it's deliberate. To answer that question, we must first understand what the understanding was, the appreciation for applicable prescripts and the like, to enable the commissioners to make a determination as to exactly what transpired. An interesting point was made by Mr. Mpofu, where he states that it is unnecessary to recall the general, particularly where he admits that he didn't follow prescripts. I'm not aware of such an admission. I'm not aware of him so admitting in his first statement, during his first appearance in January, in the supplementary statement, nor in the responses to Regulation 10.6. I see Mr. Mpofu vigorously shaking his head, so I take it that he means I completely misunderstood him. I'll take that this misunderstanding is mine. But I just wanted to clarify that precisely what the prescripts provide for and the extent to which they were complied is a legitimate conversation to have with the general, and that has not to date been had. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Sirulo. Yes, Mr. Mpofu.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I'll endeavor to be brief. Chair, well, it looks like my learned friend, there's a lot of things that she says she doesn't understand, or she's at a loss at sea or whatever. I'll try my best to assist. Chairperson, we are not, this is not some quibbling about technicalities. We understand very well the difference between 10.6 and 3.5, as I was at pains to point out in my address. But you know, those are just lawyers' things. We are saying that if a person is going to be, if some negative or adverse information is going to be given about me, whether it's under 10.6 or 10.20, doesn't matter. I am entitled to know about that in good time so that I can respond to it. So I don't want to get into legalese here. The issue of the matter is that I think Warrant Officer Sander, Brigadier Newswa, Lieutenant Colonel Jacobs, and somebody called Witness H. To some extent, maybe the word implicate is too strong, but there's nobody who can genuinely deny that adverse statements were made about the general by those persons. And that's all we're asking for. We're saying if there's going to be adverse information, which might not rise to the levels of implication or whatever to a lawyer's mind, but which is adverse to his interest, he is surely, but surely entitled to have that information. Now, we asked for that information just as an example. There's a letter dated the 1st of June, 2026 from my attorneys, which I'm using this as an example. I was saying I don't want to get into the minutiae, but the response to that letter comes from a Geraldine Berger from this commission. And I'll just read the first paragraph. With reference to your letter dated 1 June 2026, we wish to remind you that your client and your client that all witnesses are called to testify on their knowledge of any fact. It is important to mention and place on record that their knowledge is not dependent on whether others who testify before them implicate them. I mean, surely that can be true. Your client's statement that was called for through relevant notices cannot in any way be implicated by someone else's version of the truth. This is like an arrogant response. I'm sorry. What
was the nature of the request there?
The request, yes.
On the letter
yes,
of the
again,
1st of June. Yeah.
Yes, Chair. Again, I won't bore you with the long whole letter. I'll just pick up one paragraph, just so that you get the gist.
27.
Paragraph 3, sorry.
It's on page 27.
Yes, 27. Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. Chair, I'll just read one paragraph. I'm sure everyone will then get the gist here. So it says, we refer to the chairperson's ruling on 1 June and so on and so on. Then the paragraph says, equally, we are also instructed to request the statement of Warrant Officer Carl Sender, who in his testimony of 1 June made certain allegations against Major General Sinona. And if I may pause there, that's what we mean when we say made allegations against it. As I say, it may or may not rise to the levels of implication in terms of the technical interpretation. And which allegations our client wishes to respond to. Well, if he wishes to respond to, he wishes to respond to. Nobody can take that away from him. Had our client been aware of Warrant Officer Sender's appearance, our client would have requested for copies of his statement and annexures before being excused by the Commission earlier today. That was the first. Our client was made aware by the media that he was implicated in today's proceedings of the Commission. I'm just reading that paragraph as an example. So it was that kind of request. Then there's another one in the next paragraph about Lieutenant Colonel Duma and so on and so on. And then we got the response that I just read out. And then the rest of that letter of the response does what Ms. Melanie from Ms. Silo is just doing about educating us about Regulation 10.6 and 3.5. So you'll see that the last paragraph, to the extent that he may in time be implicated, he shall be duly served with a 3.5 notice and afforded an opportunity to deal with such implication. Currently, there is a ruling requiring him to file a statement before midnight, and is expected to do so, to abide thereby. I mean, there's a veiled threat there that if he doesn't do so, obviously the consequences would follow. So, Chair, I'm really trying to not to make this into a technical issue about the meaning of 3.5 and 10.6 and the word implicated and so on. And not to be technical, as Ms. Silo is rightfully pointed out. If we want to go that route, well, we would be happy to do so. And let me, if I don't make one thing clear, let me make this clear. We do not quibble with widening the scope so as to reach the terms of reference, the issues in the terms of reference. Ms. Silo made a good example of that. I thought I had made that concession a long time ago. But what was saying is this, maybe it's much more nuanced. And that goes to, I think, I must say General Kumalo, to Commissioner Kumalo's issue as well. Commissioners, if anyone misunderstands me to be saying that the Commission must simply technically just look at the terms of reference and straitjacket themselves to that. That's not what I'm saying. At least two of the commissioners, and Ms. Silo and I, were once in a commission where that was important. Almost every witness was asked about regulation this and regulation that, but it was not an end in itself. It was for the purposes of determining whether whatever the terms of reference of that commission were complied or not. That's really what I'm saying. So let me make a silly example. if we're going to be saying that General Sinona was always coming late at work, right? It might be very interesting and dramatic for television that he came late so 1,000 times. Yeah, but the answer is what? So what? Because that can only be relevant if, as Commissioner Kumalo says, that was in aid of aiding and abetting and all those things that are in the terms of reference. Then it's clearly relevant. But if it, as an end in itself, that is a serial latecomer, well, who cares? That's the issue about marrying those peripheral issues to the terms of reference. That's really, as I say, maybe it's a more nuanced complaint that we're having. But there it is. We just want to place it on the record. We don't need to agree or disagree with the evidence leaders about it. The last point is this. We all know the legalese about implicating yourself and incriminating yourself. I don't want to go there. But, and that's where I make this issue about HR and distinguishing this commission from that. Let me give you a live example. On the 31st of January, 2 days after the last appearance of the general here, he was served with a disciplinary notice by the police. And it said in so many words, you are being suspended because of what you said at the Madlanga Commission. Just as plain as that, it was not even hidden. So it was a direct, so somebody was sitting in some HR office watching the proceedings here and taking notes, and then they say, okay, now you're being charged. Now, I don't want to get into the legalese about incriminating yourself, but that's just a live example. By the way, that suspension lapsed because in 60 days' time, nothing had happened. We all know, again, of the inappropriately named Madlanga unit in the police.
Let me on record say in so many ways that I objected strongly to that.
I know, rightfully so.
I immediately engaged the National Commissioner, and he agreed that that was named wrongly.
Rightfully so.
But unfortunately, he was suspended before he could do anything.
Yes.
I later engaged the acting
Yes,
National
yes.
Commissioner.
No, I appreciate that, Chair. In fact, to be honest.
Even the latest name is still unfortunate because it still has commission in it.
Exactly. But Chair, I accept, just to, in your defense, Chair, I also became aware of it when you raised the objection, and it was a well-timed one because it could have gotten into the minds of the nation wrongly.
It gives the impression that I'm going around arresting people.
Absolutely, or feeding some unit with information. But be that as it may, Chair, and we accept implicitly that is not the case. But clearly, there are people, whether in the inappropriately named unit or whatever its name is, its new name is, or the HR offices of SAPS, who see their task as it's quite laziness, to be honest, as just sitting there here and watching here and then making notes and then pouncing on people. That might be, shall we call it, an inherent danger in proceedings like this. We accept that. But all we're saying is that we shouldn't be playing into that here, in whatever way. Yeah. I think that's, let me just check my notes, Chair. Yes. The point about the repetitive nature of the questioning is not a feeble point. My learned colleague, Ms. Silo, says, I'm quoting her verbatim, the commission has since been placed into possession, since he was here in January, has since been placed into possession of further information on what has since come to light. In the same breath, she's at a loss as to what we're complaining about. This is what we're complaining about. if the commission has been placed into possession of further information and that has necessitated for him to be called, then we should be placed in the same possession with the greatest respect. That's this. One doesn't have to be a lawyer to understand that. That all we're saying is that, yes, we accept that some new things might have come to light. They might necessitate him being recalled. But what's wrong with placing us in the same position as the commission in respect of those new things that have since come to light, so that we are in a position to assist you? That can be so difficult to understand. And yeah, I don't want to get into this thing about the backstops with him, quite frankly, doesn't doesn't make the cut, because it doesn't work like that. We know that he was the head in KZN, but how far do you take this back, proverbial back, you know? Then it means this commission should only have two witnesses, the minister and the national commissioner, or the president, because the buck stops with them. I understand that there's a hierarchy and maybe some other small bucks along the way. But it can't be that simply because I'm overall in charge, then I'm expected to know every little detail about every room in subs in the whole country. Surely that's not what the backstops here means.
On your penultimate point, Mr. Mpofu, about Ms. Silo's submission that the general must respond to questions or testify today because the commission has since been placed in possession of new information. On that, and you then say that it is exactly because of that the general must also be placed in possession of that information. You did give, or rather refer to the one example from the letter. As we sit here now, are you in a position to itemize the information that the general has not been furnished with? I'm asking that so as to see whether engagements between you and Ms. Silo cannot resolve
the issue.
Resolve that issue. Yes.
Chair, yes, we are in such a position, but again, I'm at pains to say that we don't want to delay the testimony.
All right,
we simply want to qualify so that
yes.
If we get to a stage where the general, for example, says, I can't answer that because I'm being ambushed or I'm hearing about it for the first time, then at least this background must be taken into account. That's really, but
thank you for, that's a very practical
yes,
approach.
Thank you. It's a practical approach, Chair, but it will also assist. Remember, my first qualification was that should it become necessary, we'll itemize these things, because if you do it now, it will just take a long time. That's why I was just giving the highlights. Chair, let me just make, at the expense of speaking against what I've just said, I'll just give you another practical example. We've been asking for the statement, the commission statement of, what is it, Brigadier Newswa, just as an example. And we have not been finished with that. Now, it turns out 2 days ago, I'm sitting at home watching the commission, and at night, I can only watch the repeats here. And as the following question is put to, or not even a question, it's an answer coming from General News. So if I'm not mistaken, it's paragraph 43 of his statement. He says, you know, I was made to understand that General Sinona has a problem with this. And one of the commissioners, I'm not sure which one, says, we were made to understand by who? And he says, by the evidence leaders. That is, you'll find that literally the whole nation was watching it. Now, what does that say to me? It says that when Brigadier Newswa was being recognized or preparing for his statement, he was told what the version of General Sinona will be on that particular point. It's not important for now, whatever the point was. Now, all we're asking is for the same courtesy with respect, that when General Sinona was also doing his statement, it would have been very nice that he knew what the contrary versions or whatever it is of whoever it is, to the extent that they were available. We accept that the evidence leaders are not magicians or clairvoyants who would know what someone is going to say in the future, but or sangomas. But to the extent that the information was known, it would have been appropriate, let me put it like that, not just nice. It would have been appropriate, legally speaking, for him to be placed in the same position that the evidence leaders chose to put Brigadier Nyuswa. Just on that point. As I say, the point itself is not important, but it's the principle that I'm addressing. Thank you.
Chair, through you, if I may just address the last point, and I don't want to have a
Perhaps
to-ing and fro.
By the way,
let me give you an opportunity to respond to
Just
that one
specifically
issue.
that one.
No, let me simple for finish.
Yes.
And then I'll give you an opportunity to respond. to that.
I assumed he had finished. I saw his mic go off, so I made certain assumptions.
When he said thank you, I also thought so too.
No, I was just being courteous. I've lost my train of thought now. Yeah. I was saying, Chair, that what we require is to be placed in a position where we can maximally assist this commission. Really, that's really all we're saying. It's all very well if people want to us to come here and then say things and then say, no, I'm hearing about that for the first time, so that we can come again, which is exactly what we want to avoid, for him to come for the 7th time or 6th time or whatever the number is, simply because, as you say, Chair, let's say, for example, I was going to give you this catalog of things now and give it to Ms. Sil, and it turns out that they were deserved to be given anyway. What will be the result of that? It will be that he must now be given that opportunity, come here again next week or next month and so on. We don't want that because he doesn't have the means to do that. Every time he comes here, he has to pay lawyers, this is a person who's not a person of means. And but at the same time, he doesn't want to face the risk of being pounced upon by that unit whose name we will not repeat. After he has been here. So the risks are real. They're not speculative, as I've indicated with the question of the suspension and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mpofu.
Mr. Mpofu, I think in fairness to Ms. Berger, because of how you've characterized her response, and she doesn't have a right to respond in this platform. I think in fairness to her, this must be placed on record. The context of the letter of the 1st of June from your instructing attorney, what that letter does in the penultimate, in the last paragraph, in fact, in paragraph 4 and 5, in fact, maybe let me first say the context of the letter is earlier in the day there had been a ruling by the chairperson, as you correctly say, that General Sinona should file a statement. Now, this letter from the attorneys in paragraphs 4 and 5 seeks a postponement of the filing of that statement. And that postponement is sought on the basis that other witnesses are still going to testify. There are other statements. I should first see those statements, and I should not testify first before the other witnesses. I want to hear what they're going to say. I need to see in their statements what they say about me. The response of Ms. Berger that you have described in the way that you've characterized in the way that you have is to say that General Sinona, there is a ruling, you must abide by that ruling. And you can't get a postponement, basically. You've been given a date. So what you characterize as arrogant is really a restating of the position. And I think it should be seen in that context. And I think it is important
Yes.
that the context should be put out. That's all I wanted to say about it, that in fairness to her.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi.
Yes.
We accept that that might have been, the intention might have been innocent.
Yes.
I'm simply stating to the commission how it was received
Yes.
by the general.
Okay.
And you know, there was one, for example, that said, no, you must ignore that subpoena, some subpoena, I think one of the wrong ones. And I thought it's all very well to say that to a person, you must ignore a subpoena, but we all know what the implications are of ignoring a subpoena.
Yeah.
So you can only do that really once you've been told to do so.
Yes.
But-
No, I was just dealing with this because I thought it is important in fairness to her.
accept,
that
we
the context
accept
is
at face value that maybe it was not meant as,
Yes.
just take a hike or whatever, however it was understood. But that's how we read it. Because in the end, doesn't matter what the tone or whatever, in the end, we were not given that information. That's really our complaint, not the tone of the
Yeah.
letter
And,
as
and,
such.
and maybe the other thing to say about it, is, the response is a response. This is about the internal workings of the commission. So when a letter like this comes, it's not Ms. Berger who responds of her own accord and initiative. Something like this comes to the commissioners, that you gave a ruling, we now have this letter. So where she says you are required to comply, it is a communication that comes from the commission, and I think that should be clear. The second
Accept
issue,
that.
and the second one I mentioned only so that General Sinona does not, if he's under that impression, it's clear that he's not targeted as such. This is about statements that he asked for this. He was told about what General Colonel Nyuswa, I think, Brigadier Nyuswa. Yes, when in fact he hadn't been given his statement. The commission, in the commission, no witness who comes to testify has been given statements of witnesses that were yet to testify. We haven't done that with any witness. In fact, the practice is statements of witnesses do not go out. We don't even publish them. We don't give to the media. We don't put them on the website until the witness has testified. So insofar as he may have requested statements of witnesses yet to testify, the answers he got are answers that apply generally, which is statements do not go out until a witness has testified. And I say that only to dispel any idea that he alone may be treated unfair. If it is unfair, it's unfair to everybody who's had to testify here.
Yeah, thank you. Chair. Very quickly, again, without any qualification, we accept the assurances about the intentions and the patterns of the commission. We have nothing to say about that. The issue we are raising, the fact that no witness has been given information before doesn't make it right with respect. If it's wrong, it's wrong. Whether it's been done throughout, then so be it. Maybe those witnesses did not make the requests, the repeated requests that we made, or maybe they didn't need the statement. We do.
Mr. Mpofu, the practical and logical point is this, that witnesses often have to confirm when the oath is administered that this is my statement and that's my signature.
Yeah.
And often they have to correct those statements and say, no. So you can understand how impractical it is before a witness has confirmed that that's his final statement to distribute it.
Fair enough.
Because if a witness then, when they take the stand, they say, well, actually, as happened with Brigadier Nyuswa, I
disown.
discard
Yes.
my previous statements and I'm now relying on the one that I finalized this morning.
Yes.
It would have been prejudicial to your client if
Absolutely.
the ones that Nyuswa had discarded were the ones given to him. So
Yes.
there are practical considerations
Yes.
that inform some of these processes. So
Yes.
don't dismiss them as being unworkable. They are there for a reason, these
Yes.
processes.
No,
Thank you.
Chair and commissioners, that's Commissioner Baloyi's second point that you've just amplified. And again, we accept that. I'm not dismissing, I don't expect the commission, I don't want to be in some debate with the commissioners trying to justify some unjustifiable things here. I'm saying here, I accept that you may not, it's been explained to me now by the two commissioners, and I accept it, that it might not be a practical thing to do to give somebody a statement prior to their testimony. But I've given you examples where what you've just told me doesn't apply. So where's the statement of sender then? If what the two commissioners are saying, because he has already testified, he has already owned his statement. So that explanation doesn't assist me, as it might assist with another witness yet to come, but it cannot answer my complaint about witnesses that have already complained, or rather testified. Thank you.
Mr. Law, there was the point you wanted to respond to.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think to a large extent, Commissioners Baloyi and Kumalo have addressed this point, and I wanted to address it for the benefit perhaps of all future witnesses. If one has regard to the very letter that Mr. Mpofu has referenced from General Sinona's attorneys at page 27, if one has regard to paragraph 4, that his legal representatives state, to the extent that Lieutenant Colonel Duma's testimony may implicate General Sinona, it will be prejudicial for their client to file an incomplete statement which is silent on allegations which may be made against him by Colonel Duma. This was drafted prior to Colonel Duma presenting himself before the commission. Now, the challenge is whether or not his testimony may implicate him, and I think Mr. Mpofu correctly acknowledged that we don't have a crystal ball. What we have at any given time is a statement by a witness. And that is where Rule 3.5 kicks in. If that particular statement already implicates somebody, a Rule 3.5 should go out and setting out the extent of the implication. But whether the statement does not, then the Rule 3.5 notice is not issued. But in the course of testimony, the witness may expand on his statement and in the course of doing so implicate. That is not the original statement that implicated. It is important that anyone who will be called to appear understands that. And the point Commissioner Baloyi made, Brigadier Nyuswa is a brigadier, testified on Wednesday, the 17th. Technically, this 17th of June, by the 1st of June, General Sinona's team wanted a copy of his statement. And as the commissioner points out, the commission does not release any statement until the witness has confirmed it. So I don't know how we can potentially assess General Sinona, but I think it is important to point out that it is not a decision that is necessarily prejudicial to him. It's prejudicial to all. So it cannot be claimed that we are being particularly harsh to General Sinona. There is no basis for such conclusion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Law. I forgot to thank you at the end of your reply, Mr. Mpofu. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Yes, I think it will be best to leave it there, Chairperson. We really appreciate the opportunity to place those concerns on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. What you said when I raised the issue of what outstanding information you still required, I think charted the way forward, in the sense that you said, let's go ahead. So I accept that. Let us start with the testimony. Let's go ahead. If anything arises at whatever point, it should be dealt with at that stage. That is, as and when it does arise.
Thank you, Chair. Just a correction for the record.
Yes,
I
yes.
understand that the protocol is to refer to people with their titles. So to the extent that I said sender, I meant warrant officer sender. Sometimes I get confused with these ranks, but it was not out of any disrespect.
I also do that from time to time, not so much just referring to the surname, but I forget the ranks.
The ranks.
And I do something that I know is technically incorrect. I just say officer, for
Yes.
example, sender.
Yeah.
But officers are commissioned officers,
be,
not every police.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Selo?
We are ready to begin.
Yes.
General Sinona, as you have confirmed, you have filed a supplementary statement. And we have confirmed it is yours. It goes up to page 11. And it is, as is practice in the commission, any new statement that is filed, the witness is afforded an opportunity to speak to the contents thereof, either by reading the statement or highlighting certain aspects within the statement and paraphrasing without undue interruption. And I would like to give you this opportunity perhaps to do so. Which parts you choose to read and which you choose to summarize will be at your discretion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, General.
Thank you, Commissioners. I, under design legislature, Senona, do hereby make an oath and say that I'm a Major General in the South African Police Service. I'm currently employed as the Provincial Head of the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation in KwaZulu-Natal. I must also emphasize that although I'm still employed with the DPCI, I'm currently placed on suspension. And the suspension talks to the issues of, in the suspension letter, they say because of the storage and the theft of exhibits, which emanated from the commission, as my senior counsellor has alluded to earlier before the commissioners.
Did the suspension not lapse, or did I misunderstand?
Commissioner, if you allow me,
Yes.
what happened after I've testified here, I was taken out of my office at gunpoint and on the 31st of January. I raised the issues of safety, but a ruling was done. I was taken out of my office, escorted with firearms, and I was told not to come back to the office. My tools of trade were taken. And the suspension
Sorry, General. I just want clarity on whether the suspension has not since lapsed. I think even Mr. Mpofu touched on that and said because nothing happened over the specified period of time, it lapsed. Now you're saying you're under suspension.
Yes,
it's because of that I wanted to get clarity on whether it has lapsed. It has since lapsed.
Commissioner, it's two suspensions.
Oh, okay.
The first one I was provided with, I was suspended, and because evidence was given at the commission under oath. When you are suspended in the police, within 60 calendar days, a disciplinary hearing must have commenced. And then on the 22nd of May, it was 77 days after I was suspended. The suspension was uplifted, of which it was uplifted by my supervisor who didn't have the powers to do so because the regulation talks about the chairperson who must either uplift or extend it by 30 days. If the disciplinary hearing is not finalized, it must be uplifted automatically. It's an automatic upliftment. On the 3rd, after I've appeared here, on the 3rd of June, I was called I went to the office here in Pretoria, met with my supervisor. I was provided with another suspension. The second suspension that I'm on now talks to the issues of theft and storage of drugs at Port Shepstone.
Oh, thank you, thank you. That,
Today, I must bring it
sorry,
under,
sorry, continue.
I must bring it under the commission attention that I'm more than willing to assist this commission. I am here, but the date the commission gave me, already there was a date for me to attend another disciplinary hearing today at 10 o'clock. It's currently ongoing to show that I'm willing to assist the commission. I opted to come here, not to go that side. Thanks, Commissioner.
That answers me. Thank you, General.
Can I continue, Commissioner? I have previously filed statements with the commission and testified at the commission on the 27, 28, and 21 January 2026. I filed this further statement at the direction of the commission in terms of the summonses of 29 April 2026, and I'm duly authorized to dispose this statement. The facts set out in this statement are within my personal knowledge unless otherwise stated or indicated by the context alternatively. Obtained through reports made to me in the course of my duties by the various functionaries within the DPCI-KZN. Further, alternatively, to the extent possible or feasible, I will attach any documents I rely on in substantiation of the averments I make here in this statement. This statement is filed in response to the Regulation 10.6 notice of 24 May. In that notice, the Commission called upon me to answer certain questions relating to the seizure of 541 kilograms of drugs, in brackets, cocaine. I want to add the word suspected cocaine. At the CHC depot, 14th CHC depot, the Avenue East, 14th Avenue East, Isipingo, Prospect, Devon Harbor, on the 22nd of June 2021, which was booked at Isipingo under reference number SAP 13/373/2021. The Regulation 10.6 notice issued pursuant to the subpoena of 29 April directs that I comprehensively address the seizure of 541 kilograms of drugs, in brackets is cocaine. I want to also add suspected cocaine at the CHT depot, 14th, the Avenue East Isipingo, Prospect, Devon Harbor, on the 22nd. I have attached my answers to the Regulation 10.6 SLS1. It forms part of my sworn statement. In the body of this sworn statement, however, I address certain challenges on the management of my evidence at the Commission. Issues concerning the management of my evidence. I think some of these issues, it will be a repetition. My senior counsel has addressed the Commission in respect of that. On the 29th of April 2026, the Commission issued a summons calling me to tender certain evidence, notably that summons did not raise any new issues. I communicated as much to the Commission through my attorneys of record on the 4th of May, when I also requested that in the event that there are additional documents and or information the Commission intends to make use of during General Sinona's Feda's appearance, we request that he be furnished with information, in brackets, documentary and or otherwise, close bracket, timelessly to enable adequate preparation. A copy of this correspondence is attached as LS2. The request has not been met. At least 3 witnesses have given evidence implicating me in the drug seizure and storage of 22 June 2021. A 4th is set to tender evidence via audio link and in camera. The first of these witnesses to testify was Major General Flynn. His statement was filed on the 4th of May 2026, and he gave evidence at the Commission on the 5th and 6th May 2026. The second witness was retired Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo. To date, the date of his redacted, so I do not know when his statement was filed with the commission. So which means the date he disposed this statement, I'm not aware of it. In any event, he testified on the 7th, 11th, and 18th May 2026. The commission only furnished me with their statements late afternoon on Friday, 29 May 2026, a mere 2 days before my own statement had to be filed with the commission on the 1st June 2026. It's more, I was also called upon by the summonses of the 29 April 2026 to testify on the 8th of May 2026, and then postponed to 1 June, although I was advised that my testimony may stand down to the 5th of June 2026. As an aside, I have several concerns regarding my evidence tendered by Colonel Prinsloo. These include his failure to disclose to the commission that he informed the district commissioner in that district about the storage of the drugs and that he requested visible policing patrols in the area. He alleges that I instructed that no one be informed about the storage, but he never requested additional assistance from my office.
Sorry,
Rep-
General Sinona, just to be clear, you're still referring to the suspected cocaine, not
Subs-
another storage.
100%, Commissioner. Apologies for my oversight. I think it will happen oftenly, but I apologize upfront if it is allowed, Commissioner. Thank you. Where was I? I instructed that no one be informed about the storage, but he never requested any additional assistance from my office. Reference is made to paragraph 7 of his statement, of his affidavit, disposed to shortly after the incident. I'm not sure if that statement is here, Commissioners. I want to check so that I can read the paragraph, but it is not here, but we submitted it previously in
If I
January.
may be of assistance, that is what we're trying to establish. There are actually two statements by Colonel Prinsloo. There is one, you said immediately after the incident. There is one of the 23rd of November 2021 and another of, I think, the 25th of November 2021. And I mentioned this perhaps just to ask your attorneys or your representatives to guide us specifically which statement they're referring to, and we'll be able to locate it, and then you can have regard thereto.
Is a statement that he made immediately after the incident where we were requested by Lieutenant General Musikidi to provide affidavit of the incident.
Hence, I say there are 2 days apart. The one is the 23rd of November, the other one is the 25th
If
of
it is
November.
presented before me, because it's a long time ago, I'll be able to say this is the one. I think in January, we did talk to the statement. It was handed in before the commission. I'm referring to that one that we were dealing with in January.
I think Advocate Talk might be able to assist. In the meantime, if it doesn't disturb your flow, you may continue while we try and locate the actual statement you are referring
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo also failed to disclose the visit to me by Brigadier Naika, who is from head office, and the 2 warrant officers at Port Shepstone offices. Commissioners, my office never received any report or feedback concerning such visit or inspections. Reference is made to paragraph 10 of Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo's statement that he deposited immediately after the incident. I'm saying this, Commissioners, because when head office visit any of the provincial offices, the protocol will be that you report at the provincial office your presence, and then in that I'm visiting this office. If it is investigation of a sensitive nature, you just report your presence and you go do your investigation. And I have never received any report from national office or any document in respect of such a visit, as well as the outcome of the inspections that was conducted there. He indicated
Sorry,
that he could
sorry,
not.
General?
Yes,
Is,
Commissioner.
is the point, I'm trying to understand the point you're making here at 12.2. Is it that you dispute that there was such a visit that he speaks to in paragraph 10, as you say, in paragraph 10 of that affidavit? Or you say you accept there was such a visit, but the only issue you're taking is it was never disclosed to you? I'm trying to understand that I don't
Yes.
lose the significance of why you're saying
Yes,
this.
Commissioner, you are 100% correct. I'm not disputing the visit.
Yes.
However, I'm indicating to the commissioners, although I didn't put it here, that the visit initially was never brought to my attention. And thereafter, even a report of such an inspection was never brought or sent to my office.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. He indicated that he could not smell anything suspicious, despite another member allegedly observing a burning smell. Although he testified about the security concerns and challenges at the offices, he failed to escalate these concerns directly to my attention after his alleged unsuccessful attempts with supply chain management. At no stage were the security concerns at Port Shepstone brought to my attention prior to the storage of these trucks there. I think I also testified to that effect in 27 until the 29th. I did highlight these, commissioners. He also failed to complete the relevant document to the handing over and control of the safe keys, despite him being aware of the applicable procedures. These procedures were not within my knowledge, and I've never dealt with the same before, even in relation to the safe in my office. Commissioners, here I'm saying I am not an expert in the supply chain management issues. There was a document that was presented before this commission by Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo, the handing over of the safe keys and so forth. It was the first time I saw it. I won't know everything in the South African Police Services. When the keys were handed over, I would have expected him to say, let me complete this relevant document in order for you to sign. And
Are you, sorry to interrupt you, General. Are you talking about the instance where the keys were handed over to you after the suspected container had been placed inside this strong room, whatever it's called?
correct,
All right,
Commissioner.
all right, thank you.
Unless, because he never testified that I tried to complete that and hand, so that they must sign for the keys or so. It never happened, and he never testified in that instances. Although I'm saying before this commission, that document, I saw it for the first time before the commission. I won't know everything in the police. Commissioners, he failed to properly inspect the office premises during the afternoon of the Sunday on the 7th of November 2021 and the morning of Monday, 8th November 2021, despite observing that lights were on at the ground floor, which he considered abnormal. No occurrence book entries were made in this regard. All I'm trying to highlight here, commissioners, I testified previously that they were instructed to do the after-hour visit. And I consider this visit of Sunday as one of the after-hour visit, as per my instruction after the storage. But if you do that, you must go and patrol the entire office and check if everything is still intact. What is significant, he knew what was stored there, but he never went down. In his testimony, he said he only went into his office and did what he did, and from there he left, of which it leaves a vacuum in my mind why he never did that. He further failed to disclose the visit by Brigadier Nyusa to the Port Shepstone offices on Tuesday, the 2nd of November 2021, shortly before the theft occurred. I can confirm, Commissioners, that Brigadier Nyusa also testified here, and he confirmed that he did visit the office on the 2nd of November 2021. But from where I'm sitting, I've never visited that office ever since those drugs were stored at Port Shepstone. In any event, I appeared before the commission on the 1st June 2026, and my evidence was stood down to 5 June 2026. In the meantime, while I was preparing this statement and consulting on the 29 April summonses, the 24 May Regulation 10-6 notice, and the statements of Messrs. I will say General Flynn and Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo, the commission led the evidence of Warrant Officer Carl Sanders and also ruled that Lieutenant Colonel Dumas' evidence, which also relates to the theft of the cocaine, could be led via audio link while shielding his identity from the public. At this point, my attorneys wrote to the commission requesting that my evidence be stood down and my statement filed at a later date after all the evidence implicating me was laid. In this way, I could provide a complete answer to the commission, which necessarily include answering any allegations made against me in the seizure of the drugs and their storage. The letter is attached as LS3. The commission responded via emails contending that I was only required to respond to the issues in the subpoena and the Regulation 10-6. The commission's Ms. Geraldine Berger stated that is what constitutes his testimony to the commission, and that if all that is required of, and that is all that is required of him now. She goes on to state that I will be served with a Regulation 3-5 notice and afforded an opportunity to deal with my implication, but records that my statement is not impacted by someone else's version of the truth. The email is attached as LS4. Her opinion was in the end proven wrong when Warrant Officer Sander took the stand again on 2 June 2026. Insofar as Warrant Officer Sanders is concerned, he was questioned by Commissioner Kumalo on his temporary placement letter that was signed by me. Commissioner Kumalo noted that I am coming to give evidence on the 5th of June 2026, and Commissioner Kumalo stated that the allegation you made is very serious and it goes to the heart of the terms of reference of the commission. Because you implied yesterday that your superior were moving you out of the way because you were stepping on the toes of the drug traffickers. Now I want to try and understand that allegation. Is that an allegation you are making against General Senona? And is it something we must put to him when he comes to give evidence on Friday? Warrant Officer Sanders responded, Commissioner, I think it will eventually come out that the suspects who stole the drugs are known. When asked by Commissioner Kumalo, known by who, he said, I was informed by Colonel Jacob personally who they are, but the links to the management. Commissioner Kumalo then interjected and said, the links to the management of DPCI, and Warrant Officer Sanders agreed. He went on to say that the only inference he can draw is that he suffered repercussions. It was then put to Sanders by Commissioner Kumalo that Warrant Officer Sanders believed that he was placed in another department because his superiors were moving him out of the way because he was stepping on the toes of the drug traffickers. Commissioner Kumalo then said, I just want to be clear. You are saying General Senona among others, to which Warrant Officer Sanders responded, no, sir. I said General Senona was the one who moved me. I'm going to continue. I want to explain something after this. The distinct impression he had already been created that first, I transferred Sanders, and second, that I did so for nefarious reasons. This is just not true. I have attached a letter SLS5, an email that I received from Lieutenant General Levia, the then national head of the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, NO, Major General Suraj Bali, who is the DPCI head of Executive Support Services, dated 5 February 2024, directing my office to engage with the complaint and provide the national head with feedback by 23 February 2024. The complainant's email was addressed to the national head and others, not to myself. I only became aware of the complaint when I received the instruction from the DPCI national head. I later received a further instruction from General Suraj Bali to temporarily place the member at another post pending investigation, which instruction I carried out. I do not remember the exact date of this email. I have no recollection of subjecting the member to a polygraphic test relating to the theft of a coffee machine. I should not have to answer this allegation in this statement. I do so out of caution and attach the mails from Lieutenant General Levia because of the very real prospects that these questions may be directed at me, even though I have not received the requisite notices and additional documents from the Commission. Commissioners, I want to add that on these paragraphs, the placement of Warrant Officer Sanders, the complaint, it was very serious. I think the commission has also this document, which they provided to us later, I think in the early hours of yesterday. They have this complaint whereby there was a serious allegations of Warrant Officer Sander and other members involved in the theft of cocaine at the harbor and selling it to a specific gang. I'm just worried to say names of other people that never came here, because the last time I was caused to say certain names, and I'm on litigation for your information, Commissioner, as we speak. Now, based on the allegations, they were of a serious nature that warranted that in that process, if my memory serves me well, Colonel Jacobs was the acting provincial commander. Brigadier Nyusa was not there. The process that I followed, I called Colonel Jacobs to come with Warrant Officer Sander. I wrote a letter, I signed it. It was flagged here. I saw this is my signature, but it was redacted. I placed him at supply chain management until the investigation is finalized. It's a process that we do in the police. Like myself now, my supervisor is an example I'm making. My supervisor has suspended me. He was placed as elsewhere. Mine is worse because evidence was given under oath before this commission and I was suspended. So it is a process. When there are allegations against you that relate to what you are doing, you will be either placed elsewhere or suspended. He was never suspended and he never lost any income. He got his full salary, his danger allowances, and the scarce skills allowance. So the issue of the coffee machine, commissioners, in that office where he was placed, I don't remember him because I was watching the commission on that day. I don't remember him, I might be wrong, informing the commission that actually in that office there were 4 thefts. It is in the provincial office. Nobody will just come in there. A member of the public, even your good self, you will never come in. You will be escorted into the building if you are not working there. There was a theft of a camera of the state. There was a theft of a state laptop, which possesses sensitive information in that office. there was also a theft of a laminating machine. His coffee machine was the last one. The person who initiated and applied for these members that are employed in the supply chain management where this Sanda was placed was initiated by Brigadier Nyoswa. I was out of office by then. The only thing I did is to sign the call-up instruction and say, all these members must go for polygraph test because there was no break-in, but things are disappearing. And I believe that was done bona fide, not to punish any person, commissioners. So those are the issues that I wanted to address, although they are not in the regulation 10.6 or on the subpoena, just to give the commissioners a clear picture as what happened. He comes here and cry and say, I subjected him to the, what you call, a polygraph test for the theft of his coffee machine. That is not correct. Maybe for lack of a better word, it is insane of me to shall have done that, commissioners. If you are a victim, then I put you on the polygraph test. That is wrong. He misled the commission. I want to pause there and continue with my statement.
Sorry, General, I'm not sure I follow that. What exactly is not correct?
It is not correct that he was subjected to polygraph examination because of the theft of his own coffee machine that was stolen in that office. It was not only him. The person who initiated everything and made arrangement is Brigadier Nyoswa. I only signed the call-up instruction. And I believe the commission is in possession of those documents. I don't have my tools of trade since they were taken when I was taken at gunpoint out of my office, my laptop, my gun, my laptop is gone, and then documents that I was supposed to prepare for my disciplinary, I was taken out of my office like somebody, I don't know, for lack of a better word, like a dog. And that thing is still a pain here. And it cost me to lie in hospital for 2 weeks. Now, I'm telling the commission here to show certain implication. I'm not requesting for any mercy, but I want to assist this commission. Now, Commissioner Kumalo, I hope I answered you, Commissioner.
Yes,
Chair,
yes.
Chair.
Yes, you have.
Pardon me, I'm addressing all of you as commissioners, but if I have to say chair, I will try and say
No,
rectify.
I am a commissioner.
Okay.
Thank you, please continue.
Or rather say justice. Commissioner Kumalo also interposed at some point, stating that this was integral to the commission's terms of reference and inquired whether the evidence would have to be put to me. So it is indeed so that any statement I give is twofold. It is in the first instance my recordal of facts as I know them, and second, my response to the averment made about me in the Rule 3.5 notice that I received contrary to Mrs. Berger's opinion. I say with respect that my treatment at the commission is being unfair, and I'm a civil servant with 38 years of service now. My means are limited, and the piecemeal manner in which my evidence is being managed is materially impacting my ability to protect my rights and interest at the commission. I'm not asking for any unique or irregular, simply that the evidence implicating me is led and thereafter I respond thereto. As matters stand, I have had to prepare this statement at short notice, and as it turns out, may very well have to file another statement to deal with Sanders and other witnesses' evidence. It certainly cannot be that Sanders and others' evidence, controversial as it is, and which paints me as having irregular transferred him, can go unchallenged. It also cannot be that the evidence, as stated by Commissioner Kumalo, must be put to me, as I was not served with the Regulation 3.5 statement, and a regulation, 10-6 notice, or any other material documents. I have simply been advised by Ms. Berger that this will transpire. This process is called for in the rules of the commission itself to protect the rights and interests of witnesses who appear before it. I want to also add the following in my evidence in chief, that when Warrant Officer Sander was placed back to his office, this was my words. These were my words, commissioners. I informed Brigadier Nyuswa that Warrant Officer Sander, because this investigation is taking too long, someone from the legal services wanted to stop his allowances. And then if it is the employer who placed you elsewhere, you can't do that. And then as the investigation was continuing, the only thing that was found at that stage was the misconduct of him not declaring the directorship of a shooting practice company. However, I think the investigation is ongoing of those allegations because they are of a serious nature. I don't know what is the status at this stage, but I said Warrant Officer Sander can go back to SOCI. SOCI is Serious Organized Crime Investigation. I've never specified that he shouldn't be placed where he was. I said he can go back to SOCI. SOCI is where he came from. And as far as I'm concerned, he was supposed to go back to his normal duties. I don't remember writing a letter, writing specifically there that he must be placed at APR, as it was said by Brigadier Nyuswa. I don't recall, I don't have a recollection of me doing that, but my recollection is he can go back to Serious Organized Crime Investigation in Durban office, where he was working before. I wanted to bring that under the attention while I'm still under oath.
Can I just understand, when you say you don't recall, is that equal to saying you never gave such an instruction? Because Brigadier Musa was quite firm about it, that it was your instruction, and he followed your instruction that he goes to EPR.
Commissioner, I've never given that instruction. If I have given it, I would have maybe, or the commission would have got a document as much as I placed him in supply chain management. Certain things we do them in writing in the police. This verbal instruction, it is out of necessity to do verbal instruction because of the situation we are facing with. This one, it was not an urgent thing, Commissioner. So you're correct. I never gave Brigadier Nyuswa that type of an instruction that he mustn't go back there, he must go there.
On the back of that explanation, there must then be, given the explanation you are giving, that you do things in writing, there must then be a letter where you say he should be taken back to SANEP.
I believe so, Commissioners. Okay. However, as I said, my tools of trades were taken by force.
Yes.
On the 31st of January, my laptop and everything, I don't know what happened there. Even now, trying to get certain information to assist the commission, it was a serious mountain to climb.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry, General, you say the investigations are ongoing. That is, investigations in respect of the serious allegations concerning Lieutenant Colonel Sander.
Warrant officer.
Warrant officer. Oh, I'm promoting him. Sorry about that. If I'm not mistaken, I think his testimony was that those investigations had come to an end. Somebody told him so. I forget the detail around that, but that's the distinct impression he created. Perhaps, in fact, more than just an impression, I think he said so in so many words. Now, do you know anything about that?
Commissioner, as I've indicated, since 31 January, I was never at work.
No,
there is that possibility.
My sense was that this was a matter of a few months. which would mean, if correct, you were still there. So it was before your suspension. That was my sense.
Yeah, I do not have a proper recollection of that, Commissioner. But as far as I'm concerned, it is not easy to close that type of investigation at a very short space of time. The way it was dealt with, because also the DPP was involved guiding that investigation.
And I see here that this was signed, the letter that moved him to another section. It was, I'm looking at page,
File 2, exhibit bundle, Port Shepstone, page 475.
CJC 239.
I'm referring to the letters. Oh, you've got it, General. Yeah, you see the date there on the letter that moved him to supply chain. You don't see it. Oh, gosh.
Just a moment.
Or we'll wait. Can you fly? Or maybe it should
Oh,
be
yes, I
flighted,
think if
yes.
it's flighted, it will assist. We'll arrange over the break. Thank you.
The date on the General is the 13th of February, 2024. It's more than 2 years now. Have you been receiving any reports at all about the investigation? That is prior to your suspension, of course.
I can recall that I was receiving progress report. I think Lieutenant Colonel Mchali, is now Colonel, was appointed to investigate. And then when he write a progress report, he will write it to Brigadier Nyuso. Brigadier Nyuso will forward the email to me, and then I will read it when I'm happy, because my main function as the provincial head is to receive a report, read them, and report to head office. I will receive reports seeking my advice. I'll provide an advice where it is necessary. And I recall receiving progress reports, sending them to head office.
And would this be indicating that the investigation is ongoing, or what would they be saying about progress on the investigation or progress about the investigation?
They were talking about profiling, if I recall. I'm just talking out of experience,
Yes.
commissioners, because I don't have those reports here. But it is a question of what processes were followed during that investigation and what was outstanding. Those are the reports we were reporting at national office at that stage. I confirm that this is my signature. This is the letter that I signed. I placed him there based on the complaint and advice by head office. It's a pity they only send us when we request through my attorneys. They only send us the complaint, but that email that they said I must consider, I must make sure I place the member elsewhere. They never provided us with that, the national office, and of which I'm on suspension. I can't force them. There's nothing I can do. I'm not even allowed to go to any offices of the DPCI.
Thank you, General.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Chair, if it may assist, I see it's already 11:28. Perhaps during the tea break, the general may have regard to CJC 282. That's from page 1003
One,
and 1003. I say perhaps we do that over the tea break. That's the documentation relating to the suspension that the chair is engaging the general on. The complaint is part of his statement, but the remainder of the documents is not.
When we break, if you could engage Mr. Mpofu and the General
Indeed,
as
indeed.
to the exact file. Yeah.
Okay,
Thank
we'll
you.
do so, Chair. Thank you.
And perhaps let's,
Please.
oh, yes, Mr.
No, I'm
Mpofu.
covered. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, all right, thank you. let's take the
Commissioner,
general, yes,
I've got a request.
yes, yes.
It's only one paragraph and my statement is done, then it's my humble request that I finish this one
Oh,
paragraph
that-
and then
that
when we
makes-
come back,
That makes practical sense.
we deal with 10-6.
Oh, okay, please
I
continue.
humbly request
No, no,
that,
no, no, no.
Commissioner.
Yes.
Thank you. There is no reason that I should be treated differently and expected to give evidence in the absence of this document. There is also no reason why my evidence must be elicited in a piecemeal fashion. There is nothing unreasonable in seeking that all the evidence against me is led first and then that I responded to after receiving the requisite Rule 3.5 statements, annexures, and Regulation 10.6 notices where applicable. It is imperative that I provide comprehensive evidence, but I cannot do so when I'm faced with unreasonably short time periods to file my statement. And when I'm preparing these statements, further damning evidence is laid against me. Nevertheless, since I'm under the subpoena and want to assist the commission, I tender with this statement my answers to the 25th of May 2026 Regulation 10.6, but record that I will be materially prejudiced should I be expected to testify on anything tendered by Duma and or Sanda on 5 June. As I indicated, I have elected to attach my responses as an annexure. It is filed as LS1. That is what I wanted to highlight, and then I'll go to the questions after the break. Thank you very much for that permission, commissioners.
Thank you, General. Let's adjourn and resume at midday.
It's just gone 11:59. We are ready to resume. Please make sure that your devices are on silent or off. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we have located the statement by Colonel Prinsloo that the general references in his statement. It is being copied, and he would like to make direct reference thereto. It should be with us shortly. Perhaps then before, we might take this opportunity to, and secondly, we have provided his legal team with the full exhibit files, so that each time reference is made to any particular exhibit, they have a full set with them.
Which file is it again? And CJC what?
The combined exhibit files for Port Shepstone, they should now be in about 3 or 4 files. The statement, the Prinsloo statement that the general references in this statement is being copied and it shall be made available. I was going to propose that in the interim, we then deal with the second part of the issues he had covered and regarding the complaint against Warrant Officer Sander. And now that we have all our files, I had indicated, I think it starts actually from page 1001, CJC 281. That would be file number 4, file number 3. CJC 282. Page 1001. No, in fact, CJ 281, CJC 281, that's where it starts.
It's the Jacob file. I think that's what it says on this file.
It's marked as Jacob file, Island, yeah.
Did you say CJC?
CJC 281,
281.
and that should be at page 1001. And following. You'll recall that the general indicated that he had received a complaint from the member of the public regarding Warrant Officer Sander's conduct. And that complaint, the original complaint, is, as the general has it, as LS5, page 30 of his statement. He indicated he only has the statement, but not the remainder of the documents relating to that complaint and the investigations. So I pointed out that those will be found in the exhibit files and how the matter progressed. Do you confirm that's what you have, General?
Page 1004.
Starting from 1001.
He's referring to the actual complaint, I think. 1004, that's where you were.
1001.
1004.
1004.
Or the actual complaint.
The
itself,
actual
yes,
complaint.
that's correct.
I confirm this is the complaint I received from the National Head Office.
And I say then the documents following are reports, or to be reports relating or submitted in respect of this complaint, if I may just cross-check.
What comes after is a handwritten document.
I see that.
Yes.
I see that we are looking for page
Is it the information notes 1082?
It is the information notes, CJC 289.
Yeah.
I apologize, it would appear they're not exactly filed in order in the exhibit files. So, General, you have located the actual complaint.
Correct, Commissioners.
And then if you go forward to page 1088, then should be the information note regarding the investigation into Canal Sanda and following.
Mr. Lo, what is 1056?
1056 should be, CJC 289 is a couple of documents. It runs from 1050 to 1105. So it's a series of the documents relating to that complaint.
So 1051 would be an information note on the
Indeed.
same matter.
On the same
and then
matter.
carrying on.
And then carrying on until 1105, Commissioner. I was pointing that out for the general to remind himself regarding what happened with this complaint, because he said since his suspension, he did not have access to his gadgets. And whether he's able to respond to a question from the commissioners about what eventually became of this complaint prior to his suspension, as I understand it, in January of 2026. Would that assist you, General?
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. I think what has just happened is what my senior counsel was addressing the commissioners about in the opening remarks regarding documents that I didn't have prior to me coming here. This, I'm seeing it for the first time here, receiving it for the first time from the commission. However, I can see the document, I recall the document, but for the purpose of assisting the commission, I will respond. I will indicate that in this document, I'm not sure what was the question, if it can be repeated, so that I can be able to respond appropriately.
Yeah. Mr. Law says this arises from a question that I asked, which was your knowledge as to the fate of the investigation.
Or the finalization.
Yes. Whether finalized, yes.
Okay.
In fact, yes, I introduced the question by referring to the fact that Warrant, no, who was it?
Okay, thank you,
Yeah,
Commissioner.
Warrant Officer Sander said that this had been finalized. That,
Commissioner.
that's, yeah, it arose from that. And then there was one or two follow-ups.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes.
When you look at the report, this report was compiled for head office by me after I was provided the information by my subordinates. They wrote it, I read it, and then I was happy. But commissioners, when you look at page 1089 of the same document, there is a paragraph 3 that talks about evidence already obtained. And then I don't want to waste time, and then you go to page 1090. It will say progress report, and then it talks about the tech shop and all the stuff. You see, when we conduct investigations in the DPCI, there are different things that we do. You'll realize that on paragraph 4, it talks about the investigation that was conducted in line with the FIC, Financial Intelligence Center, when we conduct the investigation, that office is one part and parcel of our stakeholders that is assisting us. And then there were also recommendations by the FIC in terms of this report. And then when you go to page 1091, there is the outcome of a specific investigation whereby the paragraph 7 that talks to him not declaring the directorship of this this company office. Then that part of the investigation, we have a risk and integrity management section that also assisted in this investigation, not necessarily the criminal part of it. Look, it's a wide scope that they do when we do investigation. And they are the ones who came with these recommendations of the disciplinary issue matter against the warrant officer Sanders. Then I signed it, I sent it. These issues that I hear does not necessarily indicate that the criminal conduct as it is depicted in the complaint, it has been finalized. There are certain sections that are directing us towards that were finalized, but not the actual criminal conduct as per the original complaint, commissioners.
Can I just to check this without probing, that from your earlier evidence that you directed Brigadier Nyuswa that the member must return to his original position. From that, it surely must mean that at that point, when you gave the direction that you say you gave, you had formed the view that there was no concern with him returning to SANEP. It seems to me that it can only mean that if you have made that decision.
My decision was that he must go back to SOKI, Serious Organized Crime Investigations.
Not that he should go back to his original position. I may have misunderstood you earlier because I thought I understood you to say.
It might be a mistake not to say SOKI SANAP, but I said SOKI. SOKI is serious organized crime, and serious organized crime is divided into 3 subsections. The NPVC, National Priority Violence Crime, SANEP, South African Narcotic Enforcement Bureau, and the EPR. So my directive, as far as I'm concerned, or as far as I can recollect, I said he must go back to SOKI.
And again, it's to try and understand properly what that evidence means, that Brigadier Nyuswa could have returned him to SANEP and you would not have considered it to be in defiance of your direction.
Come again, Commissioner?
SOKI has 3 units that you have
Yes.
listed. One of them is SANEP.
Yes.
If Brigadier Nyuswa had placed him at SANEP, where he originally was,
Yes, Commissioner.
instead of EPR, that would still have been in compliance with your instruction that he must return to SOKI.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
It's one issue. I had understood, I can't recall which document it was and which witness gave this evidence, but I had understood that the complaint was investigated, the very complaint we're talking about. They could not get hold of the complainant because either the email was bogus or it did not exist. And that's as far as they could take it. That was my understanding, and I could be wrong. So what I'm asking you is really confirmation of your understanding. Is that, do you have similar understanding, or you cannot respond because you're not sure what the facts are?
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. Although it is not raised in the regulation 10.6, but I will assist. When
Can I
you
just say
receive,
something because you keep repeating this issue? Can I just say something? You get 10 sixes from the evidence leaders and the attorneys. When commissioners are sitting here, they might look at a file and see a document. And if they consider that document to be relevant, they will ask you a question on it. So I hope you won't keep saying, well, because it's not in a 10-6, I take issue with the question that is being asked. Because we are here to establish facts. And in a 10-6, I can tell you now, you can't put everything that is in all these files. Otherwise, your 10-6 will be 50 pages long. You know, you are given the substance of what you will be questioned on. But the actual detail, as I look at this document, for example, I recall something that somebody said. I may be the only person who recalls it. And then I ask you to clarify that issue. So there, I don't see why you would say, oh, but it's not in a 10-6. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Commissioner, I was just putting on record that I'm going to respond to the commissioner's clarity-seeking question. It's just certain things need to be placed on record. I was legally advised that the commission findings might be put on review. Hence, I'm putting certain things.
I already saw that from Mr. Mpofu's opening remarks.
Yeah, so hence, I want to put it on record because it might come back and say, why you never said 1, 2, 3. But to respond to your clarity-seeking question, Commissioner, I want to indicate that in the execution of our duties as members of the South African Police Services, yes, there are instances where you find out that a person who lodged a complaint, you can't find him. There are instances whereby people report things on an anonymity basis, like your so-called whistleblower. So what you are saying, if you say somebody said that, I won't say it is incorrect or correct, but there is a probability.
In fact, I'm reminded by my co-commissioner that in the very document that you say you signed, the information note on 1082, paragraph 2.2. 1082, paragraph 2.2. Also, I think the information notes are similar. The other one is from February, the other one is from October. So even if you look at the October one on 1088, you will find that,
1088.
yeah.
Yeah, hence, Commissioner, I said, I didn't have access before I come here with this thing. So I'm going there to have a look. And my response was, it happens sometimes that you don't happen to find the complainant because when you're doing your investigation, there are instances where the complainant must clarify certain things for you in order to continue. Sometimes you don't find this complainant. And then there are issues that relate to the so-called whistleblowers. So if it is contained in this report, I'm trying to find the paragraph the commissioner is referring to.
2.2. On
1088, the very same report you were looking at, General. 1088.
Yeah, I see that it was we wrote that I must read it. An email was sent to the complainant. Sorry, so I'm not going to say names, commissioners. Please bear with me. That to him that Port Shepstone Serious Organized Crime Unit was investigating the matter, but he never responded. As a result, an interview was never conducted with him, which means we were aware that the complainant is a he because of the names at the bottom. But it was a progress report. Once you receive a complaint or a docket to investigate, they say, General Senuna, this is your docket. The first thing that you do, you must interview the complainant and introduce yourself as the person who will be leading that investigation.
I think you've answered me, General. I just wanted to clarify if you are aware that this was the position.
I'm reminded now.
I was
Thank
also
you.
reminded
Yes.
because I did not have the reference, so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, commissioners. I trust that takes care of the issue that arose. Before we leave this, this topic, General, there was a discussion about the suspension of Warrant Officer Sander. And to that end, you were referred to page 475. That was the letter you signed dated the 13th of February. You recall that? Would you want to, if you want to go there, CJC 239, page 475? We flighted the letter, you confirmed, you signed that letter.
Which bundle, Mr.?
Second, 475. That would be second bundle.
Page?
475. CJC 239.
Correct, Commissioners. This is not the suspension, it's the temporary placement.
My apologies. You're quite correct. Yes. I used a wrong term there. If I gave the commissioners an opportunity. Thank you. We had previously looked at this letter. And you indicated that the person acting at the time was Colonel Jacobs, correct? Because it's addressed to the acting provincial commissioner.
Correct, Commissioners.
And you testified this morning that both of you called Warrant Officer Sander into your office, if I understood you correctly, where you engaged him on these issues and that temporary transfer.
I called Colonel Jacobs to come with Warrant Officer Sanders
Yes,
after I've received the complaint
indeed.
into my office.
Okay. I raise this with you because during his testimony, Warrant Officer Colonel Jacobs was referred to this letter. He was asked who was the acting provincial commander at the time, and he testified that he does not remember and that he doesn't know anything about this temporary transfer. And this, for reference purposes, will be transcript. We don't have to go there, trust me to read it, of the 4th of June, 2026, from page 223 to page 226. That's where the engagement is taking place. Firstly, he suggests that he doesn't know who was acting. And secondly, that he was not part of a meeting where Warrant Officer Sanders was informed of the complaint and the transfer. Do you have a comment to that? As to why that would be the case?
If he says he doesn't remember, I can't answer on his behalf, but as far as my recollection is, he was there in my office with Warrant Officer Sander, as far as my recollection is. So
And-
I
yes,
wouldn't, sorry?
My apologies, go ahead.
No, I'm fine.
Okay. And in fact, there is a letter addressed to him appointing him as the acting district commander for that period,
Acting
signed by you.
what? Acting what?
Provincial,
Provincial commander, I get the titles wrong, I'll start again. You appointed him acting provincial commander for the period Brigadier Nyuswa was on leave,
If
which
that-
is the period of when this complaint was received and acted upon.
Commissioners, if
Uh,
that,
Before,
sorry, before I respond, sorry.
just to
apologies.
explain, to assist you, and that would be found at CJC 290, page 1106. That would be the last bundle.
I must close this first one.
You may for the moment.
It's page 1106.
1106. My number incorrect.
I can confirm on 1107, this is my signature.
Yes.
And although I might have seen this document by then, but for the purpose of the commission, I'm seeing it for the first time here. I
don't
want to
understand
just
that.
put it on record, but it's him, Colonel Jacobs. Colonel G. Jacobs.
And you appointed him to act in that period, January to sometime in February.
The date of appointment, it says from 29 January until 18 February 2024.
Yes. So I didn't quite understand. What are you seeing for the first time in the commission?
I'm saying by then, in the 22 January 2024, because I've attached my signature, I might have seen this document by then, I confirm. But for the purpose of me coming to talk about it on the commission, I've just seen it now.
Okay. But now on seeing it, it jolts your memory. It's your signature, you definitely did appoint him.
Absolutely correct. It's my
Indeed.
signature. Is Colonel Jacobs, who was appointed to act in that period, which confirms my evidence in chief.
And then I point these out to you because in his evidence, as I say, pages 223 to 226, firstly, he says he doesn't know who was acting at that period, in that period. He discounts the possibility it was him. He testified that he did not know of when Warrant Officer Sander was temporarily suspended, transferred is the word, as you testified. And he categorically denied that he was a part of that meeting. I'm inviting you for a comment because earlier today you testified that you instructed him to call Warrant Officer Sander to your office, at which you informed Warrant Officer Sander of all these developments and the complaints and the decision taken. Do you have a comment?
Commissioners, I'm not, just pardon me with respect, I don't want to answer issues of Colonel Jacobs, but my answer is, this letter was signed by me, he was there. If he denied it or whatever, please allow me not to respond upon his answers or whatever. But this letter was signed by me. I testified earlier under oath, I'm still under oath, that I called him because he was acting to come with Warrant Officer Sander to my office. And that is where I effected this letter on page 475.
General Sinona, I believe the letter is being produced to point out that it supports your version.
I thank you very much,
Produced for that
Commissioner.
purpose. So I think your counsel nods because he appreciates. So you're not being caught out. It's simply to confirm that what you told the commission this morning, the commission has obtained a document that is favorable or supports your version.
I can't.
In fact, General, I think you should also be alerted that, at least according to my note, Warrant Officer Sander does put Jacob in the room. He says Jacob was present when you called him in.
As far as my recollection, yes, commissioners.
And staying then on that complaint, which we have attached as LSF 5, you deal with that at your paragraph 18 of your supplementary statement. And you recall that we looked at the documents relating to that complaint and how it was handled, just shortly.
You said paragraph?
Paragraph 18 of your supplementary statement, the statement we dealt with this morning.
Yes, Commissioner.
Now, that's where you introduced this complaint.
Yes, Commissioner.
It might help perhaps if we go, maybe let me pose my question, we may have to go there. At paragraph 18, bottom of page 8, you state, no, that's the middle of that paragraph. You received an email from General Libea or Major General Suraj Bali. I apologize if I mispronounce. Directing your office to engage with the complaint. Then you further down to the bottom of the page, you state, I later received a further instruction from Major General Suraj Bali to temporarily place the member at another post pending investigation, which instruction I carried out. I do not remember the exact date of the email. I point this out to you because the documents we have just looked at, starting with the complaint itself of 5th of February 2014, in that email chain, I cannot find where Major General Suraj Bali instructed you to place Warrant Officer Sanda on temporarily place him in another post. I don't have that email. I have a series of all these emails, starting with a complaint instruction to you and progress reports from time to time. But that particular email where General Suraj Bali so instructs you is not to be found. Are you able to explain perhaps?
I went to head office the day I was suspended to request this information. And then I indicated they must send it to my attorney, all this information. They only sent us the complaint. So what the commission is in possession of, I don't know how the commission got hold of it, but all I'm saying, I was complying with the directive from national office. I cannot fail to comply with the directive from head office.
Okay.
Because that might result to a serious misconduct or disregarding instructions of your senior.
So that, if I understand you correctly, the suspension of Warrant Officer Sanda was not entirely your decision. You were acting on the instruction of head office to temporarily place him in another post.
Correct. It is not the suspension.
Oh, I
It
do
is the
apologize.
temporary placement pending the outcome of the investigation.
I'll restate that. So that temporary placement was not your decision. You executed an instruction from
Correct.
General Suraj Bali.
Remember, commissioners.
I'm trying to
Major-
understand what you are
Yeah.
saying, so I don't misquote you.
I'm clarifying to you,
Please do. Thank you.
Council. Commissioner, at National Office, DPCI, in the office of the national head, there is a post called executive support at the level of a major general. The national head of the DPCI does not sit and write letters and do correspondences and everything. The person holding this post will do those type of correspondences and everything through the directive given by the national head. It's like, I'll give you an example. In my previous office, I can't call it my office now because I'm placed on suspension. I'm having a staff officer. I will tell a staff officer, let's compile a letter to do 1, 2, 3. The staff officer will type the letter, bring it to me, and then I will read it. When I'm happy, I'll sign it. It goes out to wherever it's supposed to be going. So here, I did receive that directive, and I did comply with it.
So the directive on this explanation you are giving and the position of this Major General, the directive then would have come from General Libya, not from this person, if all she is or he is an executive assistant to General Libya.
Ordinarily, yes.
Yes.
Commissioner. I agree because
So the correct way to read or how you should have expressed it, if what I'm saying is correct, what you should have said or what you would have said is, I later received an instruction from General Libya. And if you like, you could have added through Major Suraj Bali, but the instruction has to be from General Libya, not the Major General, because she
Commissioner
doesn't have
Baloyi.
authority to give you instructions.
Commissioner Baloyi, you are 100% on the dot.
All right, thank you.
I apologize for not wording it properly and causing this confusion for the commission, but you are 100% on the dot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Perhaps if we go to page 103 and 104 of the same file, we still have the same challenge whether the instruction came from Major General Suraj Bali or General Lebeya, because that email chain does not reflect such. If you go to page 1003 and 1004, that email correspondence starts at page 1004, and as you know, with email threads, we read from the back. There is the complaint dated the 5th of February on page 1004. And on the same date, Major General Suraj Bali directs this to you with a request that your office engage with the complainant and to provide feedback. If you go to 1003, then it's subsequent communication up until the 29th of February 2024. And nowhere in that chain of emails is there an instruction that Warrant Officer Sander be placed on, or be temporarily transferred. You do confirm that's the case?
I confirm on this document is not there,
Yes.
but as far as my recollection, I was given that instruction and an email was sent to me. So why it is not here, I am unable to assist the commission, but it was given.
Thank you. To the extent that it exists and we have not been provided, I'm sure the commission can address a request to Major General Suraj Bali or her office to provide it.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes.
Okay, can I just check? I mean, if the instruction, if you were acting on the instruction from head office, which is General Lebeya, surely the decision to restore or to return General Warrant Officer Sander to Soki, as you say you gave that instruction, could also not be your decision, because first you removed him on the basis of an instruction we have established now. It would have been an instruction from General Lebeya. That's how you placed him somewhere else. The return, it seems to me that the overturning of that instruction also has to be based on an instruction from head office. And in your evidence earlier, you didn't speak that way. You spoke as it being your decision when certain circumstances happened. You made the decision that he should be returned. Can you just explain that?
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. There are issues that necessitate certain actions, as the commissioner was talking to me. Instruction was that placed him temporarily elsewhere until the finalization of the investigation. But as we were proceeding, the investigations were proceeding, we could see that from where I've seen the last reports, I think, the challenges that we had, whatever was found, and then I took it upon myself. I didn't go back and request that, can I place him back? I took it upon myself to place him back. I didn't request. Maybe I might have contravened the senior's instruction in doing so, but I took it upon myself as the investigation was progressing, because the instruction was pending the outcome of the investigation.
Okay.
Before we leave this, I think it was Brigadier Nyusa General who said he came to you with a request from Warrant Officer Sander that he should be returned. to his previous position. And you did not want him returned to his previous position. You wanted him to go to the economic crimes unit. And he never asked you for reasons why. He just accepted your decision. And I think to be fair to you, I must put that to you so that you can respond to it, because it obviously contradicts the version you are giving today.
Commissioner, even if you say it contradicts my version, me, I'm telling you the truth. To supplement that, I'm telling you the truth. As far as my recollection can, earlier I indicated that Colonel Jacobs, I called him to bring Sander. You assisted me with the letter here. Now, I'm saying, I don't recollect Brigadier Newsom coming and telling me that Sander requested to be placed back. Because at some stages, a decision needed to be taken there, and commissioners. So him saying Sander requested to be transferred back, no. I recall saying to Brigadier Newsom that the member must be taken back to Soki. And then when we talk about Soki, serious organized crime, the provincial commander who is responsible for serious organized crime units, which are 5 in the province, is Brigadier Newsom. So if he decided to place him at the EPR, he should have provided reasons why he did that. Because I must say, we comply with instructions, and if you are not happy with it, you comply and complain. That is the culture of the police. You comply, then you can put a complaint if you are not happy with it. And I want to also indicate that I'm still under oath, then it's just that I'm being probed with this. If members are not treated fairly, like Warrant Officer Sander said before this commission, in relation to that, he was trembling on other people's toes. The correct processes to be followed, he should have went to the DPCI judge and lay a complaint.
Thank you. Let me just correct myself, just to be fair to you. This is what Brigadier Newsom said, and I'm reading from paragraph 55 of his statement. At some point, warrant officer came to speak to me about returning to Soki. That's the correction I wanted to make. I told him that I would speak to General Sinona, who agreed that warrant officer could return to Soki, but not Sanep. General Sinona said warrant officer Sander must go to EPR.
Commissioner, allow me not to respond to Brigadier Newsom's issues because I don't have that type of an affidavit. The one I'm having when I respond to the questions on 10.6, I will demonstrate what transpired there with Brigadier Newsom. But I do not recall me telling him that he must go to EPR. It's me who took a decision to put him at supply chain. I was instructed to place him somewhere pending the finalization of the investigation. I agree, it's me who wrote that letter that you be placed here. But when we say going back to your office, interchanging things, it's not me. Because we can't transfer people without the authority. The person who's got the authority to transfer people is the national head.
Can I say though that if what happened is as you describe it, which is there was an investigation around allegations of drugs that Warrant Officer Sander is involved in the distribution of drugs, and you say, as far as you know, that investigation has not been concluded, as in he wasn't cleared. It would be strange to me that when you say he must come back to Soki, you actually are happy for him to go back to SANEP. It would be very strange to me that you have referred to what you say is a very serious complaint. And on the face of it, of that email, it does look like a serious complaint. And then head office, you say, says to you, remove him pending investigation. That investigation, we see from the last progress report, it does not clear him. It's simply, the only reference it makes to that allegation is we try to get hold of the complainant and we haven't found the complainant. We have emailed the complainant, and then it then discusses his holding interest in other companies, and that's you recommend he be disciplined for that. Nothing to do with the original complaint. So as per that report, he's not cleared. And your evidence earlier in the day was that investigation, as far as you know, is still continuing. It's strange to me and inconsistent, the inconsistent that you would be happy for him to return to SANEP when he's got this serious allegation against him. And my saying it's inconsistent is to lead to the probability that it suggests is that you would have said he should go somewhere else because he's still the subject of investigation. Even if he returns to Soki, you wouldn't be happy for him to go back to SANEP because he's still the subject of investigation. So there is that inconsistency on your version, how you dealt with this. If your version is the correct version, then it's inconsistent in how you dealt with it, that he's not cleared, and then you say, well, he can go back to SANEP. I'm okay with that, especially because you're not acting on instruction. If you were saying head office said I must take him back, then I left it to Nyusa where to place him, I would understand. It's your decision to return him, and you say to us, he could have returned to SANEP. I don't understand it. Do you want, yeah. Do you have any
I
comment to
get
that?
what the commissioner is saying, but I think I remain with the explanation I've provided. I hear what you are saying. To the commissioner, it doesn't make sense. But as we are continuing with an investigation, you see the complainant it cannot be reached out. You see, as you are able to make a deduction as things are going forward, as the investigation is unfolding. So maybe to the commissioner, it does not make sense. But to me at that stage, it made sense that he must go back. And I must also bring it to your attention, commissioners, that in terms of the capacity of human resources, we have a serious shortage in the DPCI. So I took that decision, and then if I made a mistake, I will accept my mistake. But I did took that decision, Commissioner.
Maybe then, thank you for that. It's your answer. Thanks, General. Maybe then we can complete this discussion without putting this to you for your comment. Warrant Officer Sanda, you obviously have followed his evidence. That's why you're able to quote his engagement with Commissioner Khumalo. So you would be aware that where he spoke about this issue, he mentioned also that, and it was on probing when he said I was stepping on people's toes. He mentioned that he lodged a complaint, I think, a complaint about exhibits getting lost against certain people. And he had listed in that complaint, I think the specific person was, I don't remember his title, but Hussein, if I'm not mistaken. And then in that complaint, the document that is before the commission, there's a whole list of people who he says they came in, removed an item from the exhibit room, and then later on it's not fully accounted for. Now, the main person, Hussein, I think was disciplined for that. But in the long list, there are a number of people that I don't remember, but one of them, I suppose it stood out because the person came to testify. It's Colonel Jacob, one of the people against whom he was saying they took exhibits out and the next thing, those exhibits were not fully accounted for. Did you become aware of that complaint against, maybe the general complaint about the loss of exhibits that was laid by Colonel Sander before he was removed from this position to supply chain?
Commissioner, I am aware that there was a warrant officer who was charged, who received exhibits, who was supposed to send them to forensic, and he never sent them. He did whatever he did with them, and then an investigation was conducted. That person was charged criminally. I am aware of that person, but the list of people that the complaint was laid against, I can't remember now, because all I'm aware of is this one person who was criminally convicted, and also consequence management was done by the line manager against that same person.
Do you become aware that that complaint was laid by Warrant Officer Sander? I'm just trying to find out how much you knew about that complaint.
I can't remember that one, Commissioner, whether it was by him or they established it when they did the inspections there. I'm not aware.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Just to close up on that, and based on your testimony that you actually supported his return to his previous post, Soki Saneb, would you, today as you sit here, if you are able to, would you support and motivate for his return to his previous post? That's Warrant Officer Sander. Or have you changed your mind from when you first supported that return?
As far as I'm sitting here, I don't have authority to be a policeman.
It's not
There's
authority.
nothing I can do.
I'm not asking you about authority, General. I'm just inquiring whether if you had the scope to, would you support and motivate for his return?
I won't have a problem that he goes there, because I said he must go back to Soki. My understanding was to his post, because when you are placed at a specific area, you have a post number over and above the issue of your service number, but there is a post reference number to each and every member.
Is it fair to take it when you say you would not have a problem, you mean yes, you would motivate if you could?
Look, this investigation against him is almost 2 years, as the commissioners also advised me. And nothing at this stage positively came out in relation to that investigation. Yes, I won't have a problem if he goes back there.
Okay. Then the other issue that you wanted to, and I'm moving off this topic, the other issue you wanted to engage with during your free time was related to statements by Colonel Prinsloo, I hope I have the rank right, which you said he made shortly after the theft, you recall. You deal with that at your paragraph 12.1 and 12.2. I have extracted two of his statements. They are both dated November 23 and 25th respectively. You should have a blue folder, a small folder in front of you. I have showed you these documents during the tea break. These are the documents that you want to have regard to, correct? The first one you will see.
In the blue folder,
The little blue folder, there are two documents.
it looks like there's one.
There should be at the top there, one should read in manuscript A24 and the other one A25.
We don't have A24.
It's just,
I also have 824, but this is the correct one. Oh, this 824 is the correct one.
A24 is the correct one.
Yes,
I think in copying, you actually then should have two bundles. They put them in separate sleeves, but he maintains that it's A24 you want us to have regard to.
Correct, commissioners.
is this the one in respect of which you were referencing paragraph 7, General?
Yes.
Yes, commissioner.
All right.
So we have a 24, then take us to paragraph 7 and highlight what you wanted to address?
I
Is it
wanted,
Second
sorry
page
for
of the statement.
interruption.
Go ahead, General,
Can I go ahead?
please.
Thank you, commissioners. I wanted to bring to the attention of the commissioners that while the mind of this colonel was fresh, when we look at paragraph 7, the pages are not numbered. But he said, during the looting in July, I received a call from the district commissioner. Pardon me for not calling the name. To inquire if our dockets are secured as there was widespread looting on the coast. I informed her that they were secured. I then informed her that we had a large quantity of drugs stored in the office, and I requested that VISPOL members patrol after hours. This paragraph, when I look at the statement that the commission has given us, I've never came across anywhere where the colonel is talking to this paragraph. Then the next paragraph that I wanted to address the commissioners is paragraph 10 of the same statement. Maybe before paragraph 10, let's check paragraph 8. My glasses are running away. Paragraph 8 is line 1, 2, 3, 4, from the bottom of paragraph 8, commissioners. General Senona requested us to have regular visits to the office after hours. I think I testified previously with regard to this. I read it on record. The members then left, so I wanted that sentence to come again on record. Then we go to paragraph 10. He says, on 2021-11-0, did I say paragraph 10 in my statement?
Yes, you say paragraph 10, you say so at your paragraph 12.2. Where you reference Lieutenant Brigadier Naika and warrant
Yeah,
officers.
I think I might have made a mistake regarding the paragraph, but I want to look for it. There is a paragraph that he talks about. I said he never informed. Maybe I made a mistake. Apologies for that, commissioners.
No, if I may assist, and that's where the confusion arose and it was necessary for me
Yeah.
to talk to you. That paragraph 10 is not in that statement, is in the second statement now,
Okay,
where reference is made to Brigadier Naika and the 2 warrant officers.
but
You have the second statement.
I don't have it
825.
here before me.
At paragraph 10, that's where it's introduced.
Yo,
Your supplementary statements reads as if they come from the same document, but
commissioners,
it's different documents.
there is a problem here. When you look at the both statement, 825 and 824, for me, it looks like it's the same, but when you go to paragraph 10, there are 2 paragraph 10s. My paragraph 7, I think I made a mistake when I say 824 is the correct one. Look at paragraph 7 of 825. It's exactly the same narrative on both statements. I think that
General,
is,
if it-
I'm picking up an error here that I confirm that this is the correct statement, but the one I was referring to, I want to correct that is, it should be this 825,
Okay.
not 24.
Okay.
And apologies for that, commissioners.
For the record, 824 is dated 23/11/2021. That's the last page. You see that?
I see that.
825 is dated 2 days later, and that is 25/11/2021. Now, I pulled up both because they are 2 days apart, and you said it's a statement made shortly after the theft.
Correct,
Yes.
commissioners. I still maintain that it's shortly after the incident.
I don't have an issue with that. So,
Thank you very
so we
much.
settle
Well-
on 825.
Yeah, when
Okay.
we read paragraph 10 of 825,
Yes.
It talks to what I've testified about in that on the, can I read it on record, commissioners?
Yes, General.
On 2021-07-29, Brigadier Naika visited Port Shepstone as he needed to inspect certain SANAP dockets. He was accompanied by two members of Pretoria Soki SANAP. I'm not going to say their names. Brigadier Naika then spoke to me privately about the consignment of cocaine that was stored in the safe at my offices, and it was clear that he knew it was stored by us. I informed the brigadier that I was not comfortable with it being stored in my office, as the security of my office is not up to standard.
I know, can I take you back to your statement, which is what led us to 825, and in particular 12.2? You
12, sorry.
set that out as a complaint at paragraph 12.2 of your supplementary statement,
Paragraph?
12.2,
Yes, commissioners.
and at page 5 of this supplementary statement, you conclude that by saying my office never received any report or feedback concerning such a visit or inspection. And you reference paragraph 10.
Correct, commissioners.
Now, my question is, what relevance does that inspection have to the drug bust?
If you read it, they are talking about the drugs here. These drugs that are stored there is the drug bust, is the very same drug, alleged cocaine.
But the inspection is in regard to certain SANEP dockets.
But can I read a sentence here, commissioners?
Yes, please.
1, 2, 3, the third line. Brigadier Naika then spoke to me privately about the consignment of cocaine that was stored in the safe at my office. That is why, that is the reference I'm making.
Is that an inspection?
No.
You call it an inspection at 12.2. That's my confusion, General.
Remember, I might have made a mistake in in compiling this, but all I'm trying to bring to the attention of the commissioners is that this brigadier was there, and Prince Lo confirmed it, he was there. He came with 2 warrant officers to do inspections on certain SANAP cases.
Yes.
Over and above that, they went aside and discussed the issue of the storage of drugs that were there. And he never informed the commission while he was here.
Just so that I understand, is your point that other people came to know about the drugs and the fact that they were stored? At the Port
Exactly,
Shepstone
commissioners.
office?
Absolutely true. And how they happen to know, I
Prince
do
Lo
not know.
told them, is that?
Yes, I do not know, because he should have informed. You know, when we come here, we say we want to tell the truth, we take an oath. But people choose to say certain things and choose to withhold others. But here, when in his statement that the commission gave us, the one he compiled for the commission purposes, he's not talking about these 2 warrant officers. He's talking only about the brigadier. Why are you putting these ones aside? For what good reason?
But the same thing could be said about the SAP 13 people at the Port Shepstone police station. Because if these exhibits had to be logged or recorded on the 23rd in the book, the SAP 13 at Port Shepstone, then it means anybody who has access to that also knows that the drugs are stored at the DPCI Port Shepstone office.
Commissioner, it is possible, but if you book things, you sign for them. In the SAP 13, when I try to recollect, it's either you take them to forensic or what. I don't know what they wrote there, but what you are saying is probable.
I just want clarity on a response you gave to my co-commissioner, Commissioner Kumalo. Commissioner Kumalo asked if you are saying it must be, is it Colonel Prince Lo, who may have informed Brigadier Naika about the presence of the suspected cocaine. I thought you said yes. Did you say yes to that?
I didn't get the question, Commissioner, please.
I'm saying in response to a question by Commissioner Kumalo as to whether you were saying it's Colonel Prince Lo who may have told Brigadier Naika about the presence of the drugs there. I understood you to be, or rather, did you say yes in response to that?
My
Yes. I'm asking that because I would find a yes to be strange because Colonel Prinsloo says here, it was clear that he knew it was stored by us. So it's more about what Brigadier Naika knew, which appears from this not to have had anything to do with Prinsloo. That is
correct, Commissioner.
yeah, in this paragraph 10, there is no
Yeah.
suggestion that it was Colonel Prinsloo who told or who might have told Brigadier Naika that they suspected cocaine in here.
No.
So your correct answer to Commissioner
it's not-
Khumalo would be no, that's not what you were saying.
Yes, it's not the Colonel Prinsloo who informed Brigadier Naika.
Yes,
Because I'm talking out of this paragraph.
yes.
Prince-
I thought I should clarify
Oh,
that because
okay.
I thought maybe you might have misunderstood
Oh.
Commissioner Khumalo's question.
Yes, Commissioner. It's Colonel Prinsloo who says Brigadier Naika talked to him aside
About,
and inform him about the consignment.
Yes.
That is it still here?
yes.
Now,
And then Colonel Prinsloo made the observation that it was clear that he knew it was stored by us.
correct, Commissioner. Now, all I'm trying to highlight to the commissioners to assist them is that although immediately after the incident of the theft, this is what happened. He doesn't say the brigadier when he was there, he came with 2 warrant officers. Now the question is, I'm saying there's a probability that also these 2 warrant officers might have knowledge of it because he was traveling with them. Now, why he never informed the commission, I don't know, but I'm just putting it before the commission. It's like paragraph 7. He never informed the commission about what transpired between himself and the district commissioner. He never informed the commission. And the question is, why? Because in his evidence in chief, Commissioner.
Oh, you finish the sentence,
Okay.
General,
In his
finish the
ev-
sentence.
In his evidence in chief, he said he reported over and over the issues of the safety to Brigadier News. But he said if he reported it to head office, he was going to be charged and this and this and this and that.
At some point, you should stop because I see that your counsel wants to say something.
Okay. No, thank you.
No, Chair, I just wanted to assist whether I think the confusion came from. Is where the chair is saying that he said yes to that question. He didn't. He said,
No. I was correcting.
just corrected,
I was
okay.
correcting what came out of the engagement between Commissioner Khumalo and the general.
Yes.
And I think I captured what's in the statement correctly, because indeed the general confirmed what I was suggesting to him, which comes directly from the statement.
No, 100%. But what doesn't come from the statement you did premise it by saying maybe you're mistaken, that he had said, yes, it was Prinsloo. He didn't say that. He said, I don't know. That's all I wanted to clarify.
I thought it did so much that
He didn't.
even
No, I think what happened, Mr. Mpofu, is there was a quick exchange and there was a yes and I don't know.
And
Both
maybe
were-
they were
both
both,
were
but
said,
the
but it
answer
has
was, I
since been
don't know.
clarified,
I think
yes.
that's where the confusion stems from. He never suggested that it must be Prinsloo who had,
Mr. Mpofu, I will tell you this. I understood, which is why I even sought the clarity. I understood that the general could never have meant to
Yes.
say that. That is exactly
He
why I
didn't.
just wanted to put that beyond question. Thank you.
Chair, I'm aware of the time, but perhaps just to close on this issue so we can put away these particular documents. If I could invite the general once again to your paragraph 12.2. And for the record, I think now we have resolved the issue of paragraph 10. For the record, you accept that the visit by Brigadier Naika and the two officers and the failure to provide your office with any report back or any report or feedback concerning such visit or inspection is irrelevant for purposes of this commission. That, because the purpose of their visit was to inspect certain SANEP documents.
It is not irrelevant, commissioners. It is relevant because for example, here is a department. In a province, you have a provincial commissioner. And then inspectorate from head office sent a delegation to inspect one of your police stations. Even if they don't do everything, they do specific things. They must give you a report so that whatever shortcomings has been identified, you must be able to deal with that. It is relevant because the commission is probing allegations of corruption, interference. What is the other one? Interference, corruption in the criminal justice system. So this paragraph, for me, is very much significant. And a person from Pretoria comes and tell a person at Port Shepstone about the storage. I'm making this statement for the commissioners to take note of that. I'm not saying any suggestion or whatever, but that is the relevancy. Thank you, commissioners.
General, that's why much earlier when you were reading, I asked you, what in fact is this paragraph about? Because I was trying to understand, what are you seeking to convey? Is it just a complaint about, I didn't receive a report and that's all it is? In which case, the evidence leader would be correct to say, but it's not relevant. But if there's more to the complaint that you didn't receive a report, or to the fact that you didn't receive a report, if there's more to it, if you're saying more than just that, then we need to understand. I say this mindful that the last thing you say is, I'm not suggesting anything. I leave it to the commission. Then it's not, if there is an underlying text to your complaint that I didn't receive a report, I think, and you think that underlying text is relevant to terms of reference, I think it is helpful to the commission that you say what it is, what is the text behind those words. Much earlier you said Prinsloo doesn't say anything about this visit. The question is why? And I thought that the question is why may well be really what you want to speak to. And I had intended to ask you, what's your suggested answer to the why, so that we know what we are working with. If we need to probe it further with another witness, then we do that. Otherwise, on its face, it looks irrelevant on its face until you tell us what in fact are you conveying about it.
Commissioners, let me leave it there. Thank you.
All right.
Let us adjourn and resume at 13:15.
Chair.
You
it's 13:15.
14:15.
And then the second point is that I indicated when I started to give testimony that I was double booked. During lunchtime, commissioners, I received the good news. The disciplinary that was instituted against me, I was found not guilty and discharged on all charges. However, I'm worried because always when I leave here, I get it's either a new disciplinary case investigation or suspension. But I thought I must share this with the commissioners that it was a good decision of me not going there, coming here. So I am exonerated, the commissioners. Now my full attention, it's here because of that. Thank you for offering me that opportunity to address the commissioners.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, General. If I may then invite us to go to your supplementary statement, Annexure LS
Page 12.
1, starting at page 12, yes.
Thank you, commissioners.
Now, from page 12 onwards to page 23, you respond to the specific questions, 15 in all. I would suggest that we will end up dealing with all questions, but not necessarily in the order they appear. But we will address all questions and give you an opportunity to state how you have responded to each question. Okay? You
Thank you,
accept that?
commissioners.
I would want to, I think when we started, Advocate Mpofu, or was it you? I'm not sure, but between the two of you, one of you raised the issue of a risk of ambush. And I would like to avoid that as much as is possible. So to do that, I suggest we start rather with a document you'd be familiar with. You should have before you a bundle prepared specifically for you that you received from the commission. That was shared with your legal team. The General Sinona's bundle. Do you have that?
Correct, commissioners.
I would like you to turn to page 430 of that bundle.
430.
Yes.
CJC,
The bundle that I have referred General Sinona to that he has, I learn now, not being duplicated for you. It's extracted from the various exhibits in the Port Shepstone drug bust. It would be document page 101 of your exhibits. So General Sinona is working off his own bundle, which is 430 for your purposes.
and what's written on the spine of our one?
It's electronic. It should be file 1 of the exhibits.
File
No, it's not for.
I've noticed that I have more than one file 1. This is what's written at the top, Mr. Mopop.
Maybe try, you say page?
It's page 101. It's numbered 101.
Let's see.
And then it's a report by General Sonona to General Musikidi about the bus.
Yeah, it's.
Rather about the subsequent theft.
It's the Port Shepstone drug bust.
Yes,
Exhibit bundle 1.
1, correct.
And to answer the chair's question of CJC 232.
232.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Balloon. Is that the document you have before you, General?
Correct, Commissioners. The document I'm having is page 430.
Yes, on your files, because you are
Yes.
working off the bundle that was made for you.
Yes, Commissioners.
So, this document runs into some 6 pages, 7 pages. It's dated the 9th of November, 2021 at the last page, and it's signed by you, correct?
Correct, Commissioners.
And this is a document, as I understand it, that you prepared for General Musikidi following the theft of the drugs at Port Shepstone.
Correct, Commissioners.
Now, I suggest that this might be a logical starting point because you are the author of this document. And when it was shared with you this week, it would have been fairly easy for you to reacquaint yourself with its contents. And I say so mindful of the fact that under your watch in KZN, there haven't been, I'm not aware of many stolen drugs. So this was a peculiar kind of report. So you would recall its contents. Is that a fair assumption?
I won't recall all the contents
Not
because
all.
some I will, some I
Okay.
will not. I'll have to be referred to.
Absolutely, we will work through it page by page to the extent that it's necessary. So I suggest that this be the starting point, and then while we look at it, we will consider your answers to the 15 questions that were posed to you. As a matter of interest, before we start, the facts that you set out in this document, you call it a factual report. Where did you obtain those facts from? Regarding both the seizure and the subsequent theft of the drugs.
My brigadier, once I was requested to provide a factual report, I requested him to get me the information. And he gave me a draft, and then out of the draft, I did rectify whatever I had to. And then I read it, I was satisfied, and then I sent it
So,
to the
oh,
Deputy
sorry.
National Head. By
So
then,
you didn't see the actual documents from which he extracted the so-called facts?
come again?
You did not see the documents from which he extracted the facts to prepare the memo for you?
Who? Brigadier Nyuso?
You said brigadier, I didn't know which one.
Nyuso,
Newswire, yes.
yeah. Look, I wouldn't know where he got other information that he assisted me in compiling this report. But he will be the better person to respond to that. But he prepared the report for me, and then I read it. Wherever I needed to make corrections, I made them. Then I was happy, I signed it and forwarded to General Musikidi.
I ask because the report is full of factual inaccuracies. And you signed it and you submitted it to General Musikidi. So we're going to work through those inaccuracies, and I'm going to invite your comment there too. The sum effect would be unwittingly then, on the basis of your explanation, you to some extent misled General Musikidi as to what transpired on the 22nd of June 2021 and the circumstances under which that happened and the subsequent theft. Would you accept that?
I never misled any person.
Okay,
I disagree with the fact that I misled the general.
okay. Now, at that document, paragraph 1.2, your last sentence, you state that the seal, that is the seal to the container on the 22nd of June, was broken in the presence of DPCI members, ORS members, and warehouse security and staff. You see where I'm reading?
Yes, Commissioners.
I don't know whether you will recall, we don't have to go there, I'll give you the reference number. In your statement in January to this commission at paragraphs 80 and 81, just for the record, you indicated that the information received from crime intelligence was of an exigent nature, and members of the DPCI and ORS proceeded to the depot to inspect the container. Who are these members of the ORS that went to inspect the container together with members of DPCI?
Commissioners, what happens is that when members are receiving information at the harbor itself, the harbor is managed by members attached to the ORS. ORS is Operational Response, is a division within the South African Police Services. So the harbor is, all the port of entries are managed by the ORS. So I'm not in a position to can give you the names of those people of ORS because there are members that are stationed there on a permanent basis,
Well-
policing the harbor.
I ask for two reasons. One, in your statement, you list the DPCI members. You then say they went with ORS members, but you don't list the ORS members. So it becomes interesting who of the ORS members took part in the seizure.
It is because at that stage, when we write this report and when I write my statement, I didn't know. Even now, I don't think I'm aware of the names of those ORS members, commissioners.
During the testimony of Colonel Jacob, we established that the so-called OR members he relied upon were actually not part of the operation. I would invite you for that purpose to CJC 261. That's starting at page 777. CJC 261 is the statement of Sergeant Kubendran Govender.
CJC 261,
261.
okay?
Do you have the statement before you?
Correct, commissioners?
You will notice in that statement that Sergeant Govender states that he was called by Colonel Jacob after the container was opened and it was for purposes of requesting assistance to transport the drugs. Were you aware of that?
It's the first time I see this statement when the commission provided it to us. And when you write the report as the provincial head commissioners, you are provided with information. And for me, is to read the report and dispatch it. But I don't go and confirm and check who was there, who was not there, and everything. It's not within my responsibilities. My responsibilities are at a strategic position where I receive the reports, read them. When I'm happy, I dispatch them. This statement, I saw it when the commission sent the documents to us. I think it's yesterday morning around 1 o'clock, 20 past 1 in the early hours of the morning. Then around 9, 10 o'clock when we read this thing with that click that you open it, then I saw a lot of the statements of people that I don't know who they are. The only people I knew here when I read the document of 437 pages that the commission has sent to us, I think it was, I saw Brigadier Nyoswa, I think if I remember very well, I saw my statement that I made immediately after the theft. Then I saw the copies of my police diary and some other, these very few things that I was able to recognize in that bundle of documents. So I can't say anything to you, commissioners, in relation to this statement.
My question was really in relation to the claim you made in your report to General Musikidi that at the operation, when the seal was broken, that happened in the presence of DPCI members and ORS members. And I say that's factually incorrect.
As I've indicated, commissioners, I receive the reports, I read them and dispatch.
Okay.
I never went and did my own research and investigation and wrote the report. I said Brigadier Nyoswa wrote it to me, and then I checked it. Then I was happy with it. Because my job is not like a job of an investigator who goes and interview everybody and obtain statements and do the check and balances. I was required to provide a factual report. Then I said, Brigadier, come, prepare a draft. Let's have a look what transpired. Then I prepared that report and sent it.
So,
You,
Sorry?
I wouldn't want to agree with the issue, the statement that the SC is saying that I misled General Musikidi. I gave her what I was given.
I maintain that you misled her, and it may very well be that you were misled, and as a consequence, you misled her. Because I maintain you misled her because that's factually inaccurate, what you have set out in the report about presence of ORS members. That was considered before this commission by Colonel Jacob himself, who relied on those two ORS members to say they were part of the operation. And I show you that their own statements say they were not. So
Sorry for clarity, Mr. Law. Are you making any differentiation between presence and being a participant in the operation?
It says here in his statement, he
I'm
states,
asking that because earlier you took the general to a paragraph that spoke about presence only and not necessarily participation or being a participant
Well,
in the
I'll-
operation. But now the last
comment I
statement,
make.
the comment you made just before I came in, now spoke about being a participant or being participants.
and that derives, let me take a step back. The report does reference to presence,
Yes, yes,
and I'm going to get to the question of presence.
yes.
His statement to the commission at paragraph 81 says DPCI and ORS members proceeded to the depot to inspect the container.
Proceeded.
That's General Sinona's statement at page 23 of his January statement at paragraph 81. And it's either one of two things. The correct factual position is, as he explains in his report to General Musikidi, alternatively under oath to this commission at paragraph 81. They are mutually exclusive. That is why I read them to mean the same thing, that he did not intend to express himself differently in both documents. He's the author of both.
Okay, please continue. then.
Thank you. And it's put up for your benefit. That's your paragraph 81 in your original statement. So that as well is incorrect.
Commissioners, the SC is picking up these mistakes. When I compiled my affidavit, I used certain documents that were in my possession. And this report that the SC is referring to, I'm provided with a report with information. I read it. I don't go and verify certain things. And then I will never, ever come and mislead my superior. I will write what I'm told, because at that stage, I didn't have any reason to doubt whatever report was provided to me. Because, number one, I never visited the crime scene. I was not at the crime scene when these things were found. I was informed. If there is any misconception or some things that are not correlating, it is not what I went and observed. A report was provided to me, commissioners. And as a result of that, I do not think that I will sit and intentionally mislead my superior or come here and lie before the commission.
That statement by the Colonel Govender, Sergeant Govender, also clarifies that the seal was not broken in their presence, in a sense that he says when they were called to the scene by Colonel Jacob, the seal was already broken and the container was open. So even on the claim, on the basis that it happened in their presence as expressed in the report is not factually correct if they are to be believed.
It's either way, commissioners. Maybe this sergeant is lying, or the information I was provided to compile this report is incorrect, but it's not me who intentionally misled. I didn't mislead any person. I submitted a report that was presented to me, to my superior, and I took it that this is the correct version of events because I was not there. How do you expect me to respond to something that I was not even there? And
Because-
even this Sergeant Govender that the SC is referring to, I don't even know this person.
I suggested to you that to the extent that you misled General Musikidi would be due to the fact that you in turn were misled because the report was prepared for you.
You are suggesting, but I didn't mislead the general.
Okay.
Now I'm seeing this thing. If I misled the general, as the SC is saying, commissioners, why do I have to do that? I got no reason to mislead the general. All the reports that leave my office are prepared by people who are reporting to me. They are brought to me, I read them. I'll give you a simple example, commissioners. Your correspondence is to my counsel. It's not you who's writing that. Another employee in the commission is writing that report. One of the commissioners read it and somebody signs. And then if you are happy with that, if there are mistakes, it's not that there was an intention to mislead any person. I think that is my response to this question, commissioners. Thank you very much.
For the record, I want to say, I'm not saying that there was an intention to mislead, no. That's not what I'm saying.
But commissioners, if the SC is saying I misled my superior, I took it very serious, this thing. I took offense very serious because I didn't. If it's me who sat down and write this report on my own, although I appended my signature, I will say, yeah, but it's not me, it's my subordinates who prepared this report, who had information to assist me to report to my superiors. So I vehemently not to agree with the SC in terms of misleading my superior.
Okay, if I,
General, can I just, I thought it had been cleared that you have said that you didn't, if she was misled, it was never, you didn't do so intentionally. Maybe if it is put differently, the statement that you put in the report that members of ORS, let's take the second one. The container was open, the seal was broken in the presence of ORS members. We now know from other evidence, including that statement of Govender, but we also know from Colonel Jacob, who has accepted that ORS members were not present when the seal was broken. A statement that says to General Musikidi, the statement was broken, the seal was broken in the presence of ORS members is an incorrect statement, right? Fact, objectively on the basis of the evidence that we say has now been established. That statement is incorrect factually because members of ORS tell us in their statements, and Jacob accepts that they did not witness the breaking of the seal. They were just brought in to provide transport. That's what has been established now. So I think the simple point that is being made to you is that the statement to Musikidi in your report, to General Musikidi in your report, is not a correct statement. You give an explanation where you take that statement from. You say your NUSO, I think it is, gave you a report, and that's what he said, and that's where you get that statement. Can we agree that's?
Commissioner, the way you
that's
put
fine?
it,
Yes,
it's much better the way the SC put it.
okay.
You see, the words you are using, you say incorrect information.
Okay.
Vis-a-vis misleading. Oh,
Okay, Ms. Silo, try and use incorrect. Thank you, General.
Should I, I'll go for incorrect information.
Oh, thank you. Yes, yes. Oh, Mr. Mbofu wants to say
Oh,
something.
sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe, yeah, just to assist on this. You know, it might look trivial or, you know, even amusing to some people, but the issue here goes back to what we're saying, Chair.
No, we left it his
No,
response
no,
about
no.
the hours.
No, no, so did I. I'm just putting it in perspective, Chair, that, and I'm grateful to Commissioner Baloyi for that clarification. I'm just saying it might look like just a semantic debate, but if you bear in mind what we said in the morning, that in our experience, somebody in some dark room is sitting watching this, as they did in January, waiting for, as General just was scared of. On Monday, he might be slapped with a suspension note. And that suspension note will say, because you admitted at the commission that you misled your superior. That's a serious thing. It's not just a small mistake. If I come here as a lawyer and I mislead this commission, that's a major issue. But if I make a mistake on some factual issue, everybody makes mistakes. But if I literally mislead the court or mislead the commission, that connotes very serious misconduct. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mbofu.
Thank you, Chair. And perhaps I should clarify to General Sinona and his team that the statement as couched creates an impression that the operation involved ORS members. And I'm saying from the evidence tendered before this commission, that is factually incorrect.
that one, the way you have put it, SC, remember, I receive reports. I can go with it, but not that I misled my superior. I might be suspended or expelled. I've experienced a lot of disciplinary cases since I came here. And commissioners, 28th of this month, I'm 60 years old. And I want to exit the police honorably. And I'm an honest person. Me and lies will lie parallel. So I don't want to be expelled before I go on pension for things that I didn't do. I've just been cleared. I've informed the commissioners that I'm also afraid I might be getting another one Monday, or they might come to my house over the weekend and give me another one. What have I done by me coming here? I don't know, but I just want to bring this under your attention. I'm very careful not to make admissions that are not correct. If it is correct, I will. As Commissioner Baloyi has put it, it is, I agree with that narrative of Commissioner Baloyi. But this thing of misleading, it's another thing that I can't be compelled to agree to that. I receive reports like your lawyers, commissioners, that you have employed here to write to each and every person and issue those subpoenas. They are working on your behalf. You don't sit and write those things, you as commissioners. Other people are assisting you. And when a mistake has happened, it must be put that it is a mistake. Not that a person has misled another person. It is totally incorrect, with respect, commissioners.
I know that, General. In the question 2.1, asked you to state the extent of the involvement of DPCI officers and your role as the provincial head in the seizure of the 541 kilograms. I'm reading from page 12. That in summary was the question, and your response was you did not personally attend the scene, nor did you participate in the operational handling or processing of the seizure. I'm reading it, your answer to your paragraph 2, at paragraph 2. Do you see where I am?
Correct.
You then proceed and you
Commissioners.
say, my involvement was limited to oversight and administrative decisions after being briefed by operational commanders. Now, on that score, I accept you did not personally attend the crime scene, and that you did not participate in the operational handling or processing of the seizure. I would like to engage you or to obtain comments from you about how the scene was handled. And as the head of the DPCI, to express a view whether that is compliant in your view. You understand what I'm saying?
I hear you, Commissioners.
You are aware of a protocol called Protocol on Search, Seizure, Handling, Processing and Disposition of Illegal Drugs. It is a document that is used and relied upon by SAPS in general and DPCI included. If you would like to remind yourself, it's CJC 231 from page 81. But considering your extensive experience in DPCI from Pretoria and now to KZN, it's a document you'll be familiar with, that there are certain prescripts that must be followed in the search, seizure, handling, processing, and the disposition of drugs.
You said page what, Commissioner?
It will be CJC 231, starting at page 81.
I'm on page
Yeah.
81, Commissioner.
You've located the document.
Correct, Commissioner.
You are aware of its contents. It's a document that is applied to all searches, seizures, handling, and processing of drugs.
Commissioners, I've seen this document when I was here in January. Part of it, I am aware of the content, part of the content, but not the entire document. It must be noted that I attended the detective course when I was appointed as a detective in 1989. And this document was not there. The national instructions that are here were not there. I was office bound since 2011, being a manager, overseeing things, not attending to crime scenes or dealing with certain things, managing people. If the commissioners can allow me to just illustrate the structure. In a unit, you have a unit commander. Under that unit commander, as we were talking about 3 sections in Soki, I will give that example, is a colonel here. Is a lieutenant colonel, lieutenant colonel, lieutenant colonel. Under these lieutenant colonels is captains, warrant officers, sergeants, and constables. These are the operational members that deals with the crime scenes and everything and so forth. The unit commander will provide reports to the provincial commander, who is a level of a brigadier. A brigadier will read. Once he's happy, he reports to me. I receive reports. I will read it. If I need clarity seeking questions, I will send it back. They will rectify, and then I sign it. So part of this, I saw that during those years, in terms of processing the crime scenes, we know the crime scene must be cordoned off, and you must call the LCRC and all those kind of stuff. It's something that is in the curriculum of the current course that is called Resolving of Crime Course. And all the members of the DPCI underwent that type of a training. As the head, I expect the members to know their job there because they were trained. Unless if you were never trained, is another thing. And it is the responsibility of whoever is trained at the scene to ensure that things are being complied with. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, General. I call upon this document precisely because I am relying on your extensive experience in DPCI, precisely in management positions. You manage the people who handle these scenes. And I depart from the premise that if my recollection of your CV is correct, already from 2011, you were in these management positions, that you are familiar with the applicable prescripts. And I think you have assured the commissioners that you are.
Commissioners, I said some of the contents, not the entire. And I must also put it on record that you'll realize that from time to time, you'll get this thing called national instructions. It's a policy directive. Some of them, we don't have that ample time to go sit and read. It's not all of them that I read and I know each page. I will know specifics in that report, but not every document, Commissioners. And honestly, I've responded that some of these things here, I am aware of them, some, no.
And I would like then to establish what it is you are aware of. And we'll perhaps best when we work through it, through my questions.
Sorry, Mr. Law. You'll correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that the police officers, I don't mind if I'm using officers incorrectly here. The police officers who conducted the operation actually admitted or accepted that they had messed up with regard to the handling of the scene and indeed even beyond. For example, going to Isipingo, how the registration of the exhibits took place, taking place without the exhibits being placed in exhibit bags, and even the question of where they were stored. They basically, in the end, accepted that they messed up. So I'm trying to understand if the general's responses on this aspect are going to advance whatever it is we are about now.
I'll try and
Yes.
articulate why I'm going down this route. I am speaking to the general as the head of the very DPCI members who have made the admissions. I do not depart from the premise that he is aware of the admissions made. This afternoon, the general comes back into the commission to inform you that the disciplinary process that he was subjected to has cleared him, which I would expect would result in him going back to the position that he held. Now, the question that would arise is steps that he would take pursuant to learning what his members did on the day, if he wasn't aware at the time. And it is for that purpose that I am bringing these facts to his attention.
Thank you, Mr. Law. Yes, Mr. Bob.
Thank you, Chair. Two things. One is just in case we're accused of misleading the commission, just to clarify that the DC in respect of which the general was cleared was not the one about the what's it called? Track past.
Okay.
Yeah. So if we gave that impression, then I think General Commissioner Kumal maybe also wanted to assist me in that regard. That's the one thing. The other one, Chair, is, and I don't want to venture to trend and say how the evidence leaders should lead their evidence, but I'm just taking advantage of your intervention. That really, to save time, it might just be easy to say, does the general accept all the confessions, I'm using the word loosely, that the scene was messed up? And I'm sure he will, there's no one, I believe in I, we haven't been watching everything, will accept that, and then we'll move on. Otherwise, all he's saying is that he relied on other people. If they messed up, I don't think he's here to defend them. And Ms. Selo will find that actually that's not the case. It's not his evidence. I can assure you that everything was done according to the book and every little prescript was followed. No.
Thank you, Mr. Mpofu.
Chair, interestingly, if I had posed the question, general question to General Sinona, whether he accepts all, as Mr. Mpofu says, quote unquote confessions of non-compliance by his members, whether he accepts that, chances are that it would have been deemed to be an unfair question to General Sinona. So this was an attempt to make him understand the extent of non-compliance and to seek his views on the level of non-compliance. Now, it may very well be for his own benefit, should he resort to that position, and or the benefit of whoever takes over to deal with precisely these issues of non-compliance. I know General Sinona was not on the scene. I'm not attributing responsibility of the scene to him, but in light of the expressions he made to General Musikidi about the handling of the scene, I depart from the premise that he is aware of the prescripts, applicable prescripts as to how the scene should be managed, and that there were failings in that regard.
In the light of, because you said, perhaps if you had posed the question that Mr.
That
Mpofu
Mr.
is
Mpofu is
suggesting,
inviting me to.
that there might have been an objection to that. Now we know there won't be an objection to that. Would you be willing perhaps to
It is
shorten this?
It is
to
too
show-
general. I can shorten it, but not as general.
Yeah, not
as,
necessarily. We can never be prescriptive to you as
And
to how
indeed-
you do the questioning. But of course,
General
yes,
Sinona's
yes.
concern might very well be that there are people listening and drafting the next suspension letter. So my questions to him must be fair to him so that he can answer. If he accepts all confessions, I don't know what ramifications that will have for him as their boss, because technically he's still in the position. So what I will undertake to do is perhaps not be as detailed and deal with the generalities and then invite his comment.
In the light of the point I made right at the beginning, which is that the people have already accepted that they messed up.
Yes. So now
Basically throughout.
I would invite,
Yes.
I'll pose a different question. Is General Sinona, no, to General Sinona. General Sinona, are you aware of the extent to which the applicable prescripts, including the National Instruction 2017 of Property and Exhibit Management, the Protocol on Search and Seizures of Drugs and related, are you aware of the extent of non-compliance with those prescripts during the seizure and storage of these drugs?
Before he answers, is the question, was he aware then or sitting here now, is he aware? So that we don't get different answers depending on the time period you are referring to.
Well, I'll take it, is he aware now? He wasn't, hence he expressed himself in the manner that he did in his report to General Musikidi. So it's in the now.
Thanks, Commissioners. I am aware now, and the implications is that even if you arrest people, that thing will create gaps in ensuring the admissibility of the evidence. Handling the crime scene is a delicate thing. We call it a holy place. And the person in charge of the crime scene, irrespective of rank, even if I go to a crime scene, Commissioners, as a general, and a constable is entry level, is in charge of the crime scene, that person is in charge. I'll give you an example. A lot of crime scenes, you will see the Minister of Police, the National Commissioner, the National Head, they go to the crime scenes. The sole purpose of going there is to get facts and congratulate the members for a good work. And they expect that those protocols must be followed. The same applies to me. But I can tell you that if the members have confessed or made admissions that they didn't follow the protocol, consequence management needs to apply. That's my response, Commissioner.
And I'm happy to leave it at that. And I take it perhaps through, you will appreciate in the fullness of time the extent of the admissions that they have made. So you will not tomorrow say because of a response you gave at Madlanga Commission that you then were faced with a suspension.
Commissioners,
Then I will not unpack.
Commissioners, I think the SC is not aware what I'm going through. I'm going through, for lack of a better word, and apologies upfront, I'm going through a hell. Because of me coming here and testifying. That is a possibility. The last time I raised issues of safety, a decision was given for me to read people's names. I'm having litigation now. Over and above that, I was suspended and say evidence was given under oath before the commission. Currently, the other one, I have a new one that I received after when I appear here on the 1st. They say I'm being charged because of the storage and theft of the drugs. I testified in January. Is it not one and the same thing? Is somebody not abusing his powers to try? I don't know what have I done to these people, but I want to assist the commission. That's why I came back.
General, in the interest of time, I
Thank
think
you.
we note your concerns. Please answer the questions. If we keep going to your DC issues, we will not finish today.
It is because it's emanate from this.
No,
That
no,
is why
I
I did that.
appreciate that. I appreciate that. And I think you've made the point, but let's not repeat it
Thank you.
because you made it earlier also.
Thank you,
So I
Commissioner.
think in the interest of time, and I know you don't want to come back several times. So in the interest of time, let's answer questions and see how far we go.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll do so.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. Staying with your page 12, you say your involvement was limited to oversight and administrative decisions, but you don't unpack the administrative decisions. Are you able to just in summary say what those administrative decisions were?
Administrative decisions is when a report is provided before me. I read it when I'm happy. I sign it. I dispatch it to the relevant offices. Commissioners.
Is that a decision? Or am I misunderstood?
When a report is prepared before me and I sign it, which means I'm comfortable with the content that was prepared for me, then I sign it, it goes. Other administrative issues are not related to the issues of the commission. Like if there is a shortage of manpower, shortage of vehicles, shortage of cell phones, those are administrative issues that I must engage head office and say, I'm unable to reach my objective or targets because these are administrative issues that I need your assistance. Thanks, Commissioners.
Maybe let's confine it to this incident. What are the administrative decisions that you made relating to this incident that we are concerned about? Yeah.
To the drug bust.
Yes.
I want to indicate, Commissioners, that Brigadier Nyuswa called me and informed me about the bust. And then I was happy, I was thumbs up. I said, prepare a report so that I can report to my principal. Over and above that, he told me, Isipingo does not assist us. They say they don't have capacity to store this drug bust. And then also he himself, he called the forensic science laboratory. He said Toti, but when I check, it's Amanzim Toti. And who said they don't have space because they have problems with flooding. And he suggested and say, General, we can take these things to Port Shepstone. Because on a previous occasion, we did store hashish until the investigation was finalized. On a previous occasion, we did store the mandrakes until the case was finalized, and we didn't have a problem. Commissioners, this person who's advising me about this, he's got more than 30 years of service in the same province, working there. And he was a commander of that unit for more than 10 years. He knows the in and out, and he resides in that site. At that stage, I didn't have any reason to doubt his recommendation. And then I said, "Hey, you having said that, it's fine, we can do it." And I must say, because this response that I'm giving, commissioners, it also answers some of the questions on the 10-6. And as a result of that, that is an administrative decision upon recommendation by somebody who knows the place better than me. When I took up my office, I'm trying to save time, Commissioner Kumalo. I need to explain this. When I took up office, it was the 4th of September. It was a Monday when I took up my post. The appointment is 1 August, but I took up office 4th of September. No one orientated me about the KwaZulu-Natal. Even today, there are other police stations within the vicinity that I cannot drive and show you, this is the police station and the name. So a person with more than 30 years in that area, you ask me about Pretoria, it's easy for me. I'll tell you there. But if you are advised by your deputy at the level of a director, a brigadier, I didn't have any reason to doubt him. Those are administrative decisions that you are taking upon recommendations by your people that you are working with. Thank you, Commissioners.
So that's one administrative decision on recommendation. You made the decision. Any other decision, administrative decision that you made related to the
this thing.
same matter still? Yes.
The other administrative decision, Commissioners, upon the theft, General Senona made a decision that the detective services must investigate this case. You cannot be a victim and then at the same time you investigate your own, yourself. And for some other reasons, head office decided to establish a team and took the investigation from general detective to head office DPCI. Me, I took a decision that let the district do the investigation. Should they need any assistance, we shall assist. You'll recall in January, I said, we did the data dumps. I don't want to talk too much about these things because they will expose our strategies. There were initial investigations that were done. However, at the same month, a call-up instruction came. It cut me off of those things. And then I stood back.
Yes.
Those are administrative decisions that I've taken, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, General.
Response to Commissioner Baloy's question, whether the issue of the keys and where they should reside.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding me, Commissioner. I think it's part and parcel of the responses here. The issue of the keys, Commissioners, as I've indicated in my evidence in chief, that there is a document that I was supposed to sign that I didn't know about. But what I did, I told the brigadier, I said, you know, these things, we can't leave the keys here. It's a precautionary matter. And then the keys were kept in my office because I had a safe. It's a 1 square meter top around, like, as I'm indicating on this table like this. 4 people will never carry it. So because the brigadier didn't have a safe at that time in his office, and the keys ended up with me under lock. And another administrative decision that I took regarding this, when the investigator, that I didn't have any doubt whether he's corrupt or not, came to request the keys, I let him sign. I think I submitted copies of my diaries. He went to do whatever investigation that he was guided by his supervisors there, and then he brought the keys back. I locked them in, and the following day twice, I think it's 23 and 24 June. So I kept the keys. I said, it's fine, I'll keep them for the sake of safety. Another one, if I want to think about, is the issue of applying for a polygraph test for everyone who was there. I was asked by the commissioner, why are you not volunteering? I said, my supervisor is the one who must subject me to that. Because sometimes you go there, say, I'm available, make a polygraph test to me. It might sound otherwise, that why is he coming here? But I heard what I was advised in January. So basically, those are the few that I can recall and mention to the commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Chair, I'm sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Just for the record, I just wanted to indicate that the diary entries that the general is referring to will be found at page 796 and 797 of the exhibits band. That's when I think it was Mpangas, Warren of Sampangas, requested the keys and returned them.
CJC, what? Or you don't have
I don't have the
you don't have
CJC
that.
series,
Oh,
yes.
okay.
It's 796 of the red pagination.
If it would assist, it's in relation to another question, we will get to
Yeah.
those.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
yes. Just that I was.
But so
still-
long, Commissioner Baloy already has it. Let's just mention it quickly. CJC 266. Thank
That's
you.
correct,
Thank you.
yes. So what we were dealing with was his response to the first question, which was his role, if any, and his members at the seizure. And that's where he says he took administrative decisions. His response now is broader than the question. So it's all administrative decisions he took in relation to the drug bust, including the theft. So the answer is much broader. But we will get to the aspects of the broadened answer that you have given. Now, let's turn then to your second question, the second question. The second question is at page 13. The question required you to state whether there were other suitable facilities available for the storage of the seized drugs. Do you see where I'm reading?
Yes, Commissioner.
And your answer speaks to the fact that you were informed by operational members that SAPS Isipingo did not have adequate storage facilities. And the last paragraph before the next question, that you were informed that KZN FSL laboratory also lacked adequate facilities. The question though was whether or not there were other suitable facilities, and that question remains unanswered. Were you aware of the facilities in and around the area that could have stored the drugs before they were shipped to Port Shepstone? And in this regard, I'm asking about the Maiden Wharf Police Station, is it Imbilo? And all these are stations dealt with, if you will recall, in your annexure S2 that you attached to your previous statement, which was a report of drug seizures, I think, for the period 2020 to 2024. So the question wanted to establish from you whether or not you satisfied yourself that there were no other suitable facilities when you were informed by Brigadier Newswa that Isipingo will not accept them.
Thank you, Commissioners. I was not aware. Brigadier Newso just came and briefed and suggested to me, and I have already responded to this question that you're asking me when Commissioner Baloyi was saying other administrative decisions. Hence, I said I was not even orientated about the KwaZulu-Natal. I don't know where is Maidenhof. If you say Maidenhof or Weidenhof, I don't know, commissioners, but I don't know where it is. You ask me about Pretoria, I'll take you to each and every police station. But there,
So do I understand you correctly that since August 2020, when you took office until June 2022, you did not acquaint yourself with the environment and the facilities available and the police stations you may have to work with, particularly in the exercise of your duties as DPCI? You didn't familiarize yourself with that?
commissioners, I visited my offices. I visited Newcastle. I'm having an office of Soki in Newcastle to address my members, meet and greet. I visited my office in Richards Bay to do the meet and greet. Is a Soki office. I visited a Soki office in Pietermaritzburg to do the meet and greet. There are two offices in Pietermaritzburg. It's a Soki and Serious Commercial Crime Investigations. I visited my offices at Durban Organized Crime, where Soki is Soki, at 136, I can't remember the name of the street. And then I visited a commercial crime offices. It is in, what is this building? It is in Durban. And then I did the meet and greet of my people. I visited the serious corruption in a commercial city building. So the other one, yeah, is John Ross building in Durban. But the issue of police stations, I was going there. I went to a police station, I think when the minister visited there, where there is a lot of murders, Inanda, because I was invited to go there by, actually the national head instructed me to go and represent him. But my own people that I found there who have more than 30 years of service never took me and said, General, let's take you around so that you can know your area. Even today, I can't tell you about all the, maybe I know 2 or 3 that I have visited, but some that I visited, like here in the border of Mozambique and South Africa, I can't remember that place there. Yeah, we went there, but I can't take you there again because I got lost very seriously. When I went there, they were opening a police station when we were dealing with also an operation of the cross-border operations of theft of these Toyota parties that were crossing into the Mozambique. But the others, whenever I was never taken or the job didn't force me to go there, I don't know about it, commissioners.
My difficulty is, it sounds like you are only familiar with what happens inside your office, but not in the area over which you have authority. You are the head of DPCI KZN. As I indicated, you submitted a document in January, your Annexure S2, that gave a full account of all DPCI-related drug busts. You called it the major heroin and cocaine. And in that document, which is an extensive document, it references all these facilities. And I'm surprised to hear that you say today that you don't even know Maidenhof.
I was never there, commissioners. And I must say, after the theft, everybody was able to house the drugs, the bust that we have made in that document that the SC is referring to. At one stage, we were assisted to take drugs that we busted to Cape Town with a private jet. After the theft, everybody was there to assist. Before the theft, I was relatively new. I didn't even finish 12 months in my office. I don't know, under normal circumstances, a person in my position will never know those things in a very short space of time. However, my offices, as you were saying, SC, commissioners, my own offices that I have authority over, I know where they are. I can take you. But police stations, no. It's the provincial commissioner who is in charge of the police station, not me. I've listed my offices that I visited, that I have authority over. Just a minute ago. Thank you, commissioners.
I struggle with the answer, and I just want to make one comment. I'm not suggesting you own the police stations. Your own prescripts provide that once there are seizures, they must be booked into SAP 13s, and those are found at police stations. I would have thought that is a matter that would interest you to know, based on S2 and the volume of heroin and cocaine you seize, that you would at least acquaint yourself with whether or not there are sufficient facilities. But from what you say, you know nothing about police stations and such storage facilities.
Commissioners, allow me to go back a little bit and tell you something. On this document, I don't know what is index to additional annexures received that were provided by me. You go to page 62. If it can be flagged there.
Yes, we're trying to. 6.2, you said?
60, yeah, from page 60.
Okay. It's in with the statement, with the supplementary statement, the article.
Yeah. Now, when you look at that article on page 60, there are pictures there of individuals. Some are senior members of the police. When you go to page, on that page 62, I see there's General Sitole, the former National Commissioner. I see there's General Mkwanazi. I see the former Minister, General Kele. I see the former National Head, General Libya. If you go to page 62, flag page 62, thank you. You see that space there, commissioners. I talked about this in January. When you look at that space there, inside there, this is where these photos were taken. There is General Kele, the former minister, there's General Mkwanazi, there's General Libya, there's General Sitole, the former National Commissioner. Do you see what is happening there, commissioners? Those are men drugs. Are they in forensic bags? And that place is the place where the drugs were stolen. This 541 kg. Hence, I agreed to the suggestion of my brigadier, because here is evidence that I've presented before, and I'm presenting it again, that it was not the first time. And the senior members that are there are far much senior than me. So, commissioners, if I knew about any other places other than the forensic and that police station they were telling me about, I believe I would have said, no, we can't go there. Let's go to this police station. That if you look at that picture, those things are not packed in exhibit bags. The senior managers are holding them. It is an unfortunate, some of them are no more in the service, but now I am now charged, investigated, and suspended because these things were not the handling of the crime scene and the theft, the storage and the theft. So, Commissioner Kumala, I understand what you said, but these things are hitting sometimes when you look at this picture and then you look at what I'm going through. I'm trying to respond to the SC question that I did not know. I don't have any other better answer than I was not aware of any. But my own offices that were resorting directly under me, I knew where they were located.
General, just to be clear, I was not limiting you as far as the questions. I was saying the HR issues. Let's leave them there.
Yes.
Yeah, so let's leave the HR issues where they belong, but you can answer the questions relating to what you are being asked.
Thank you.
So don't feel like I was gagging you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I wanted to depict these pictures because it seems, and when you go back to, when you go to page, where is that thing? I think it's page 68. Huh? Yeah. Page 68.
Yes,
A group of people between 10 and 15 attacked the forensic science laboratory in Pretoria. They held the security guards, tied them. A buggy by chance passed there. When the police were trying to establish what is happening, one policeman officer was shot by this group. Unfortunately, they couldn't steal the drugs there because according to the articles, they went there to steal the drugs. And I want to also go to page, where is that other thing? Police stations in page 75. They were attacked while there are 24-hour police officials in the police station. And maybe to save time, I want to go to another report here. Where is that report? It's last year, October. I'm looking for that report, commissioners. My office at Richards Bay went and seized 14 bags, big bags of dagga. They were booked in the SAP 13. They're in Kwamsan police station. After a week, when they went there to take samples to send to forensic, 9 of the bags were missing. A docket was opened. All I'm trying to, why I'm putting this picture before the commission is that the decisions, administrative decisions I took upon recommendations, they were bona fide. There was no mala fide. I know I will be asked, you decided to take these things there because there was no security guard guarding the office and everything. But those securities, they were not static at Port Shepstone. They were activated by an alarm. It's as much as we said, my people must come and do what? The patrols at that offices and make OB entries between 1800 and 12 midnight, between 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock during the day. I'm trying to save the commissioner's time because I'm trying to wrap up these questions that have been listed in the 10-6, but I'm willing to respond to any clarity-seeking questions, commissioners. Thank you.
if it's okay with you, General, I would prefer that you don't wrap up and we deal with each question and answer. So
Thank
if
you.
we could, you took us to your page 60, which is that article. And I looked at it, and if you go back to that picture, it says that below the picture is written Police Minister Becky Taylor at the underground lab in Harding. And if you go to page 60, this is about what's called a massive Madrex manufacturing lab that was found. I'm not sure I understand what relevance does this have, this particular article have, to whether or not you were aware of facilities available to your members once they have seized these drugs and heroin around Durban.
I'm trying to say I was advised and suggested by a brigadier with more than 30 years. And then you see, this one is the drug bust of the Mandrex. If you go to 62, that 62, inside there is the safe where these drugs were stolen. There's 541 kg. I'm trying to show that it was not the first time. it confirms the recommendations of Brigadier Joshua to me that it was not the first time.
So then the line below the picture has got to be wrong because it says Minister Cele at the underground lab in Harding.
Which
that's-
one, which picture? This one
That
that is
very
the
picture you
trade lab.
have. It suggests
one.
this is Minister Cele at the underground lab in Harding. Hence I say I have a challenge in understanding what relevance this has to Port Shepstone offices.
These trucks and this room is the storage facility, that strong room. I'm trying to show that it was not the first time. The very same trucks were stored there to the value of 250 million.
Then I'll take it that the article is misleading because it suggests this is the lab itself, the underground lab in Harding. The article is wrong. Can be both. Now, you go further and you reference other articles about police stations being held at gunpoint and robbed. Do you do so with a view to justify the decision to store these at Port Shepstone? Or is that for another purpose?
I'm just showing that even if I told my members to patrol and do that, while they were patrolling and doing the OB entries, if somebody knew they want to come and steal, they can also attack our people or the security company if it was there. Although we know, according to certain documents here, that security didn't come, but the alarm was still working.
That is not the evidence of Colonel Prinsloo, if it's Colonel. The evidence of Colonel Prinsloo and Brigadier Nyuswa, to whom requests were being made, has established that the alarm system was not operational.
It's a pity, commissioners, the SC was not here when Commissioner Malloy outlined it in January, that Colonel Prinsloo said, I armed the alarm. If a person says, I
But
armed.
I think I may not be sure of the timing as to what happened when, but what I remember distinctly is that the alarm was not connected to any armed response.
Correct.
So even if it were to just make noise, and who would care about it?
Commissioners.
I think the second part to it, General,
Yes,
was that because of load shedding, the alarm, I don't know the right word, but it was,
It couldn't work.
yeah, because of load shedding.
Yes, I
So
agree,
for that
but-
reason, there was no alarm system on the day itself.
I agree, the commissioner. But the fact is, the alarm was armed, although it was not linked to the security company. It was armed. I'm trying to look in his statement where he said so, because we deliberated at length about this in January.
You seem to
commissioners.
be emphasizing that if it was not linked to an armed response system, was it of much use, General?
Yes, because as a unit commander, when you have a security company that is having that alarm that must activate them, the unit commander's phone must also be linked so that once something happens, while those people are trying to call him, he must also get a notification, because it
That's-
happened with me while I was still a unit commander.
That goes exactly to the point of it being linked. So what you are saying happens if it is linked. The point here is that it was not linked, and that several attempts, that the linking required a procurement process, and that came to naught. Attempts to have that revived came to naught. So it was not linked. So what we are saying would not have happened. Do you follow me?
No, Commissioner.
General, you may have the contraption in your house that works as an alarm, that gets triggered, that makes the noise. But that alarm system may not be linked to an armed response service.
Yes.
So it will just make noise at your house and the closest houses to yours. But nobody will respond because there's no arrangement with an armed response service. So it just makes noise and it ends there. And the neighbors usually don't care about an alarm system going off at some premises. So do you follow me now?
I follow you, Commissioner.
Yes. So the evidence of is it Colonel Prinsloo was that it was not linked to an armed response system. Yes, yes. So basically, it was as good as not there. It would be of use if one of the DPCI members happened to be passing there. Oh, our alarm has gone off. That doesn't change the point that it was not.
From that office,
Yes.
Commissioner, there's a garage, it's not far. There's an engine garage, it's not far from that office. And here, I'm gonna read in 825 of the one of Colonel Prinsloo. I'm gonna read in paragraph 8, 1, 2, 3. He said the members, from the bottom, 1, 2, 3, he said the members then left, and warrant officer van der Berg secured the back security door by the kitchen with chain and padlock, and he made an OB entry. We then activated the alarm and locked the office. That's what I'm referring to, Commissioners.
Thank you, General.
That
I
still
stand
goes back
corrected.
to
You
the-
assisted me, Commissioner
that still-
Baloyi, in January.
That still goes back to the point I made. It doesn't change the point that they may have set it just to make noise,
Thank you, Commissioner.
but it's not linked to an armed response system.
I've taken note, Commissioner.
Thank you, thank you.
And I just quickly, this is what Colonel Prinsloo said. He said the contract with the armed response system, armed response company expired in March 2020. He says that in paragraph 28 of his statement. And in paragraph 27, he says, if there was electricity or load shedding issues, it won't work. And he says, basically, further, even if it got triggered and made noise, no one would know as the office would be closed and nearby business would also be closed. Basically, the alarm would just ring until somebody comes in the following workday. If it went off on Saturday, for example, and assuming there was no interruption of electricity supply, it would be deactivated or disarmed by the first person at the office on Monday.
Or it would have gone off. Of course, this is
Commissioner,
I'm testifying from the bench now.
Yeah,
Mr. Mof.
I'm in agreement
yes.
100%. However, I want to raise this point. In that paragraph 7, where in July, it's before the theft, where he said he requested the district commissioner to inform VISPOL members to patrol. So, you know, people sometimes they want to come and shift certain things to other people, but it is important sometimes to take responsibility of issues. But here, if it goes over the weekend and he did that request indeed, the patrols will pick it up. Their own, the instruction I gave them to visit the office, they will pick it up. Hence, I raised in my opening affidavit today, commissioners, that he went there on Sunday. He failed to go down and double check if everything is still fine. Hence, I did that. And I want to emphasize again that Monday, he's the first person at the office. He saw something that is not normal. The lights are on. Still, he doesn't go down and check those type of things. So it is difficult to understand certain narratives that he has done on his statement. But I want to pause there, commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioners. General, then in response to question 2.2, you deal with the SAP 13 register, SIPINGO, but I'm more interested in the Port Shepstone SAP 13.
Question?
when dealing with question 2.2 at page 13.
Yes, commissioners?
And I say in that, in response to that question, you deal with the SAP 13, but your response to the commission in 29th January 26 confined itself to the Isipingo SAPS 13.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm saying that I want to go beyond that, and that is captured in question 2.3, because it speaks to the storage at Port Shepstone.
You want me to respond to question 2.3?
I say it leads us to 2.3, to the
Okay.
question, because I want to confine my question to the Port Shepstone storage.
I don't understand.
Okay,
The
question
question.
2.3 says, speaks about the storage of the exhibits at Port Shepstone between June and November 2022. You see that?
2.3, correct.
2.3. And I was saying 2.2, in 2.2, you confine the answer only to the Isipingo SAPS 13.
The question says whether or not there were any other suitable facilities available for storage of the seized drugs and the reason why they were discounted or not considered.
Yes.
Yeah, that, remember, I'm saying at page 129 of, the issue was addressed during my testimony before the commission at page 129, I think of 213 of the transcripts dated 29 January 2026, and it was recorded as follows. Commissioners, as I have testified that there were drugs seized, there is a police station called Isipingo, and that the members went to Isipingo to book the exhibits at SAPS Isipingo. And I was informed by members that Isipingo said they do not have storage facility, but Caesar can be written into the SAP 13. I was responding to a question that was asked in January.
Indeed,
So-
I agree with you,
Yeah,
General.
so-
And the point I'm making is, in response in January, you confined yourself to SAP as Isipingo.
It is because the question was asked about Isipingo.
I accept, except the question now in the
Potchefstroom.
regulation 10.6 stated were there other suitable facilities. That question you don't answer.
I responded, Commissioner.
No, not in writing.
I responded here now,
Where-
2 minutes
where-
ago.
Please show me where you have written it.
I didn't written it, but I
Okay.
responded,
Then
Commissioner.
hence I'm saying to you, let's leave 2.2 because you have confined yourself to Isipingo, and we are now in Port Shepstone, which is
Before-
dealt with in 2.3.
Commissioners,
That's
before,
what I'm inviting us to
the-
do.
Before the SC asked me this question, I have responded before this question was posed to me, while we were dealing with the first question. I have responded, and then I was cautioned that don't summarize, wait for me to ask you questions one by one.
Yes, I
Yeah,
did.
so I did respond.
So, and asking you questions one by one, I'm now at 2.3 because I want to talk about Port Shepstone.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay. Now, for that purpose, I would like to invite you to page 30. There's a particular protocol I'm interested in, that's the instruction, National Instruction 8 of 2017, it's CJC 230. Starting at page 18. And I ask this question mindful of the fact that you say you accept all concessions and admissions made in regards to the handling of these drugs by those who came before you and were directly involved in this handling, in the seizure of the drugs. My first question is, you confirm you were present when these drugs were handed over at Port Shepstone?
Correct.
You are physically
I went there. Sorry, I went there at Port Shepstone when the drugs were stored there.
And you went precisely because you and Brigadier Nyuswa drove firstly to Sipingo and then to Port Shepstone following this seizure.
We never reached Sepingo.
You were headed there, but you never
We
reached
headed
it.
there, we never reached there because he was talking on the phone, and then we diverted to Port Shepstone.
Now, and that was your purpose for going to Port Shepstone on the day?
The purpose for me to go to Port Shepstone was to also satisfy myself about the strong room.
Oh,
The strong room, because when I did the visit, I spoke to the members, and then I never inspected the facilities. I was addressing the members, introducing myself, and then I left. When we went there, it was the first time I saw those safes there.
okay. Now we understand why it is you went there. Why in your statement in November, you said you were in Port Shepstone for a meet and greet?
I was in Port Shepstone for the meet and greet in December 2020. The second time I was there, it was when we took these things there.
But that's not what your statement in this inquiry, if I may finish, an investigation states. Your statement appears at page 793. And in particular, I'm interested in paragraph 8.
Paragraph 8 of my statement.
Of yours, of the statement that the gentleman is locating for you.
Oh,
If we
this one.
scroll to the end of that statement,
This one.
we'll get the date. Correct.
This one that is flagged, thank you, Commissioners.
Yes.
Oh, it ran away.
If we scroll further down, you'll see the date. They're highlighted. It's the 2nd of December 2021. So that's when you deposed to that statement. Now let's go back to paragraph 8. This statement is dealing with the seizure and storage. I was just curious to note at paragraph 8, you say you were there, and during your meet and greet visit at Port Shepstone, you instructed them to visit between 1800 and 000. And in your testimony, and as we know, those are the instructions you gave on the 22nd, the day they were being stored. So I'm just curious why you called it a meet and greet.
It was
Visit.
the second time. Yes, Commissioners, if you are fine, can I respond?
Please. I
Yes,
invite you.
Commissioners, during the meet and greet, there are certain things that you will tell the members to do. It's not that you come and say, I'm General Senona, you leave it there. Because what I've realized, why have I given this one instruction during the meet and greet? We are not allowed to take vehicles and do the work and park them or use them for transport purposes. And then this is a good practice that I was doing while I was working in Pretoria. So while I was doing the meet and greet, I informed them, not only Port Shepstone, but all the offices during my meet and greet with them, that it is important that we must safeguard our own dockets and properties as the members. When we booked vehicles out, and an OB entry must be effected that must depict the safety of the offices. It was this paragraph 8. It was not talking to the seizure, the theft itself. It was talking to my meet and greet. I did give this instruction. In June, it was the second time for that office for me to give them the very same instruction.
Let's adjourn, we'll indicate when we'll come back.